I see I'm sorry, Sam, do you mean that you were stuck on the final boss for 3 whole streams?
Oh boy, that's good.
Are you serious? How long were your streams? How long did those streams last for? Also enjoy your alert night then. 3 minutes each.
Stream for 3 minutes each.
Oh, well, that's fine then. It's too long, I can't do that.
Oh, so true.
I'm doing like 7 to 8 hours of trial to get. Jesus Christ. I'm worried.
Crazy.
Well, we'll see when we get there, I suppose.
Hello, everybody.
Hi, everyone. Hi, I'm scared now.
Don't worry, it'll be fine. It's always fine.
It's fine. We'll have fun. Zoe, it's not too late to change your mind. This can be a Sonic R stream really easily.
Jody has a point.
Yeah, you know.
Jody has a point.
Jody does have a point. We can still swap over to a better Sonic game if things get really bad. Remember when Sonic games were good?
No.
Me neither. Anyway, hi everyone. Hello. Hi. We are here. It's me, Queen the Fennec, also known as Zoe, and DiaFiend, also known as
Purple.
Yes. I was considering whether I should say DiaFriend, but nah, sorry, bud.
You're right.
Beep. The boss would be fine if at a save point after the first phase. There's just some parts that are unfair, and then you gotta slowly do phase 1 again. Ugh, that's the worst. Anyway.
My dub! Yay! Anyway, hi everyone! So, we're gonna do it. We're gonna do a Sonic Superstar stream, and this guy is really fucking stupid. I don't enjoy it. I mean, I enjoy parts of it, but overall I don't think it's very good. And it definitely doesn't deserve all the praise that it's getting. Nope.
No, it does not. Not at all. It's kind of... Ow. It's kind of insane that upon release, people were saying that it was just as good, if not better, as Sonic Mania. Like, are you fucking kidding me?
Vex Fidel, see, the reason why Fennec Queen is almost as tall as I am is because she's standing on a stool.
Yes, I'm standing on a stool, that's true.
It's not forced perspective, she's just on a stool.
Yes. Also, I look taller because of my ears.
That's true. Get your damn ears off the fucking caption.
No.
That makes a lot more sense. Short.
Shut up. You guys are mean. Oh, I forgot to get water.
Wow.
Time to die. As a Fennec, though, I can go without water for quite a bit.
That is true.
But as a streamer, I have a hydrate redeem, so I have to be able to get hydrated. So I'm gonna be right back.
Okay.
Gonna be right back.
This is my stream now. I'm in
I'm
your brain
back.
now. Oh.
Can you come down from there?
What up?
There you go.
What's going on?
Nothing. You were muted the entire time. Sorry.
I was muted the whole time. You can't do this to me.
Ow. I'm sorry. I like instinctively pressed the mute and deafen button for Discord so they couldn't hear you.
I'm like, you must subscribe to DiaFiend to twitch.tv/DiaFiend right now. You must.
And now they never will because they didn't hear you say that stuff. So
That's
it's okay. Ow. But also you guys should go follow Dia, of course. They've been dipping their toes in the streaming game a little bit again recently, and it's so good, you know?
Yeah, I'm streaming tonight actually.
Yo! Wow, perfect timing. Wonderful.
Yeah. Oh, we're diddly daddling to Flying Battery. I see.
Yes.
Jody says, I already shouted Dia out, clone. Well, I think you should do it more. Do it more. I think you should shout me out again. There you go. Thank you. See, clone's got me.
Good job, mods. Anyway, so we're gonna be playing the game soon, but I also wanted to say that today I got some very good news, which is that I've got a date for a new date for my my bottom surgery.
Yay!
Ow!
I can't. The hand tracking doesn't clap very well. There we go. Stop making her sad.
I don't feel
What's
safe.
wrong with you? I don't feel safe.
Oh no.
Not a car battery moment.
Hey, come on!
Oh, fine, okay. So got a new date for my bottom surgery, which is very, 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 very nice and good and exciting and such. It is the 16th of January, so it's not this year like I had kind of hoped, but thought that it wouldn't happen anyway. So, and wouldn't you know it, the 16th of January is also my streaming anniversary. That's the first time I streamed. Oh my
Wow.
gosh! Wow!
Oh my gosh!
Wow!
Wow!
Fuck, dude! Isn't it also my? Hold on. Fuck! Isn't it also? Wait, is it my streaming anniversary? I think it's my streaming anniversary, but isn't it also my VTuber anniversary? Oh yeah, it is.
also
No,
your
yeah.
birthday.
Okay, it's not my streamer anniversary. My streamer anniversary is very hard to pinpoint, so instead we're just going with my VTuber anniversary. So that's on the same day as my bottom surgery. So that'll be very funny. The sad thing is that we won't be able to celebrate my VTuber anniversary this year, which is, you know? But
Yeah.
that means that next time we'll have more to celebrate on the same day. So that's nice. And if I can manage, I might do something the week before to celebrate
There
that
you go.
instead, you know? As a
Yeah.
little celebration, a little send-off before I go on my little hiatus, you know?
Very true.
Yeah. So that's gonna happen, and that's cool and awesome. I got the first issue of I'm in Love with the Villainess, which is a Yuri manga that has come very highly recommended. And I've only read very little of it, but I'm already like, oh, this main character is like broken. This will be fun. She's got something wrong with her. This will be funny, you know. I'm gonna enjoy this.
You know, see, I like isekai anime when if the character is broken, but it's actually done right. You know, like if they use the knowledge to their advantage, and it's not like, oh, I'm just using this to get. Oh wait. I was about to say I'm using to get women. Wait a minute. Wait.
I generally don't really like it when an isekai is just like, the game that I've played all my life. I know everything about it already, and it's like, okay, whatever then. You know, it's just gonna be you min-maxing everything. It's boring. But in this case, it's like that the character that she wants to romance isn't usually romanceable. And so she's just not gonna care about everything that she already. I assume she's not gonna care about everything that she already knows because that stuff's not gonna apply anymore. Because she's gonna romance someone else, you know. For those who don't know, it's a manga and also an anime now. I haven't watched it yet. About a girl who really likes romance games, and then she gets isekai'd into one of them, where you're usually dating guys, but actually your favorite character is the villain, who's like the rival girl or something. And she just wants to romance the girl now. So
yeah, because the whole thing is that she's in love with the like. It's like when you have a fictional crush, and she's had the fictional crush with this girl in the game for a long time. She knows literally everything about the game from, you know, the ins and outs of it because she's played so many runs of it so much. Like she's gotten every ending and stuff like that. So for her to finally see her fictional crush and be like, oh shit, now I can do what I've been set out to do my entire life.
Yeah. I like it so far. It's fun. It's funny. But I think that's all I have to say for now.
Awesome.
Think so? You got anything?
Do you like Sonic Superstars?
Well, no.
Well,
I don't know if I would say like. Oh yeah, there are aspects.
Yeah. I wish it was a better game.
Yeah, yeah.
There's gonna be like a huge patch for it. Let's be honest. There's gonna be like, oh, we fixed the entire fucking game because there's like a Sonic Origins patch that fixes a lot of the shit, like the bugs and the music and like Knuckles not being able to crash. No, that's Tails not being able to crash Sonic 1 anymore. So they're gonna fix a bunch of shit for the game.
Hopefully, would be nice. But
as long
first,
as the Novo doesn't goes away.
God, please just get rid of that shit already. Why is it still there?
Is it egg time?
Well, first it's cheese time.
What's cheese time?
And now it's egg time. So everybody remember, if you've only one little egg, you can already redeem it for an egg that we'll put on. If you want a little point, you can put it on screen to be for as and have we eggs. Show me! Wow, damn!
Please.
Don't you haven't I sent you the Rouge PNG yet?
Let me check.
I could just send it to you
Remind
again.
me
It's
to
whatever.
check. Props.
Here you
Yes,
go.
I do. Yay.
Oh, okay. Good. And I will be doing eggs now.
Yay.
Oh my gosh! And first egg comes from from Dino. And then we've got Kira Cat, Green Clunk, Vex Fidel, Polar Stars, Muzzle Flash, DiaFiend.
That's me.
Dark Nitrolin. Lego Mario. Esteemed Jester. What are you doing?
I had to fix my tracking.
Oh, okay. Atrum Toa. Rutsutera. And Sorrow of Araria. Thank you.
Yay.
Thank you. I had my trigger finger over that egg button for 10 fucking minutes. I'm so sorry that the stream was a little bit later than usual. Okay, video game. Scroll. It's been a while since we...
It's been a while.
I can't wait to download the soundtrack and only half of it.
Yeah. It was been like, what, 3 weeks now? 2 weeks?
2 weeks at least, I feel.
Yeah.
No, not that one. Sonic Superstars. There we go. Share the screen with you.
More like Sonic Stupid Stars.
More like Sonic Shitty that goes too far. I'm sorry.
More like Sonic Shitty Stars. What were they thinking?
What were they thinking?
Okay.
Yay, music that is good.
Pop out. Music that is good.
And yay, there she is. Yay.
Yay. But she gets shy, so she puts on a helmet.
Yes.
Oh, no, she just ducks down.
Yeah, and on the main menu, she just ducks down. Trip is so cute. I love Trip so much. Extremely cute design. So, we beat the main story, and then you unlock Trip's story, where you have to play through the entire game again, but with one character instead of being able to switch between characters to keep it fresh. And the bosses are stupidly difficult. Let's go!
And they're slightly different.
Yes.
Because there's no more Eggman. It's just Egg Robo.
It's Egg Robo for some reason.
Egg Robo. Sky Temple, Act 1.
So
the only act.
Thank God it makes it easier to get back to the boss, which is the worst thing ever.
Yeah.
So yeah, for those who weren't here last time, we got stuck on a boss fight at the end of this act, which is the worst thing imaginable.
Oh, I remember this. Yeah, that's right.
And I'm super not looking forward to getting back to that boss.
At least we don't have to, like... We're not, like, tired from beating the game once already.
That's true, Because last time we just started Trip's story after beating the game, right? It was like same stream?
We had some time left over.
Yes. Yay, I'm having fun, yay!
We don't need to collect any Chaos Emeralds because we already have them, so that's nice.
Yep. So true. Alright.
You have to have 50 rings.
No, I know. I was just like, how do I turn that off again? Hold on.
Oh, okay. Okay. Wow, it's hidden.
I think this is literally the first time we've used this. Oh no, wait, you I think used it once, and then it was just like completely useless at that moment.
Yeah. I would save super form for the boss, see if that works.
Well, you said that we tried that and then the super form just got disabled, but we'll see. So if I don't lose all my rings.
I fixed it.
What did you do?
Oh wow, your screen share is actually behaving for once.
Oh my gosh. Who just thunk it was possible? Miracle. It truly is. Merry Christmas, everybody.
Yeah, Thanksgiving is over. It's Christmas time.
Yep. Fuck.
God!
World is a fuck, gang.
Oh, you need the clones.
You must. They were like, should probably remind players that they can do this, because nobody gives a shit about the power-ups in this game.
Oh boy, I love Breakout.
You may now legally celebrate. You must now legally celebrate Christmas.
It's true.
You must now listen to that song by, was it Mariah Carey or whatever? All I want for Christmas is who? That's how the song goes, I think.
All I ever want for Christmas. There's only one thing I need. I don't care about
Fucking
the
Christ.
presents underneath the Christmas tree. I shouldn't be singing that because you'll get in trouble with Twitch.
Yeah, you're right. Your pitch perfect cover is gonna get me killed. Also, who's that character, by the way? The character we're playing? That's Trip the Sungazer. Oh, that's a whole. Trip the Sungazer is a new character that was added in this game, and she is very, very delightful.
Wow, I didn't know this game was developed by Dimps. With the bottomless pit.
Yeah. Please, I must get rings.
Whee!
Wow.
There are ABXY covers of that Christmas song. I know. I love the ABXY cover of that. That same person also did, what was it? Fuck, now I'm gonna, hold on. Now I need to know what it is. Come on. Basket Case, that's it. They also did a cover of Basket Case, which is also really, really good.
Today I'm going to be having dinner given to me at my desk, so I don't have to, like, you know, be right back for like 10 minutes after, like, after you leave or whatever.
That's nice.
Yeah. Like, oh, random DiaFiend has to go eat dinner at 4.
Random DiaFiend. Wait, no, go over there. Aww. Maybe I can still
boy,
get it.
don't you want to play dong 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 dong?
It's super down.
Get the medals.
We have no reason to do so. I care not for the medals because the multiplayer, the versus mode in this is not very fun.
It's not. But don't you want to get the medals?
I don't, as it turns out. This may come as a surprise to you, but
Ice Cream
no.
Man music?
Not particularly. I mean, I don't hate that music, I will say. I think it's kind of fun. Oh god.
Juice and always best work.
No, come on! Fucking Christ!
Give me a fucking break! Oh man.
Why does it does look like whatever? Okay.
Jesus Christ, what is this level design?
It sucks. I couldn't see them coming.
What were they thinking?
Why do you want me to be slow?
Awesome.
Shit,
Good.
dude.
Arzest, best company. They make wonderful games like Yoshi's New Island, Balan Wonderworld.
This. This shit.
This. This fucking game, and this fucking game, and this fucking thing.
I got some eggs I gotta get to. So Fred Fox.
Oh boy.
Why?
Fred Fox.
Millie Bays. And that's the first egg stack. And then starting the second is Mike Loves a Rabbit. Thank you very much.
You know, I know, like, I'm pretty sure Fred Fox in chat probably has in mind that their name is supposed to be pronounced Fred Fox. But
Oh, yeah.
I wonder, I'm pretty sure that they probably might, or may not, also know that the name is supposed to be Fred Fuchs.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, that's how the name is supposed to be pronounced. But, you know, AVGN called it Fred Fox.
Okay. Okay, here we go. So you get so many rings right before the boss.
That's
You should
bullshit.
be able.
They should start you back over there.
I know. That's what I was saying last time. Should start you off over there so you get a bunch of rings immediately.
All right.
Okay.
So let's see if it'll let you. Now that you're in a boss. So once you have control of your character and you're on a flat fucking surface.
Okay, I wasn't able to do anything there. Yeah. Oh right, that's it, dude. That's what happened last time.
Watch out!
You're not allowed to use it yet while you're in the air. You can't.
I know. I said once you're on a flat surface.
Yeah, but they fucking throw that section up at you, which sucks. It's a really bad section.
Oh!
Like these hover sections are. I don't know if you can see it, but they are a fucking bitch and a half to control.
Oh no!
And of course, their invincibility frame animation doesn't properly. Like it doesn't last as long as their actual invincibility. God, this fucking sucks, dude.
Oh god, you better be fucking shitting me.
This is so bad. This is so bad. Oh my god, this boss fight, gang, it's so bad.
What were they thinking?
They were probably thinking.
And on top of that, you know, they want you to play the boss, so they have invincibility frames. What?
I think it's what they were thinking is they got complaints from playtesters and they were like, yeah, we don't have time, sorry. That is honestly what would probably happen.
Typical Sega game.
Yep. Uh-huh.
Like I like there are some Sega games that, you know, are actually of quality. Yakuza! And Puyo Puyo.
God damn it, God
but
fucking
Sonic
damn
games
it, dude.
always they get the fucking shaft.
Yeah. Which is just on one hand you're like, why? Because it's one of their most popular franchises. Why wouldn't they want to do good with it? On the other hand, they don't have to.
Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure they love to, but you know.
Oh yeah, no, of course, the developers would love to. Maybe not the developers of this game though.
Well, I'm pretty sure they did their best. It's I don't know what they were thinking or what time constraints they had.
Or what person in control fucked it up for them or whatever. Cool.
Like, I don't know if it's a CEO problem. I don't know if it's Izuka. I don't know if it's, you know, the devs just not being competent enough. I don't know if it was playtesters. There's so many elements to this fucking game that you just don't know what the fuck happened.
Yep. We'll have to wait like 10 years until they have like the documentary about the fall of Sonic, and it's because of this game.
The fall of Sonic has been happening for the past 20 years.
Yeah, he fell very slowly. God damn it!
Yeah, watch out. Better move now. You know, Sonic games, the games where you're supposed to have patience and be slow about things.
Yeah, you know. This truly is the Dark Souls.
Sonic Superstars is like if they made Marble Zone an entire fucking game.
You're not wrong. Ring! Come on! Whatever, I'll get some more here at least.
Sorry, he's gonna spin at you. Remove.
Oh my god, I did
God.
it!
Oh my god!
Oh my god!
Oh!
Jesus fucking Christ, fucking finally, dude.
We can get the fuck out of this stage.
I'm
we don't need it
going.
anymore.
Yes! Yay! Fucking finally, I'm so happy! Yay!
Yay!
What an absolute shit show!
Literally. Fuck this shitty fucking game.
It's, oh my god. Whoa, it's the Amy
It's Metal
robot,
Amy.
remember that? Yay, it's Metal Amy I made, yay.
I know that one.
They've actually been trying to kill the Sonic series for decades and they're confused why people keep buying the games.
Like, I will give Sonic Frontiers credit where credit is due. That is probably the best Sonic game that they released in a long time. Since Generations. And you would think, oh, Generations wasn't that long ago. Generations came out in, like, what, 2011?
Yeah, it's pretty old now. Like, enough time has passed that you could make another Sonic Generations. I mean, there wouldn't be as much to put in it.
Yeah, like,
We're gonna put
I know
Sonic Boom
Frontiers
in
has
there.
its problems, but like Frontiers has its problems, but it's still a good game, and that sucks because it has problems.
It's
Like, I'm not expecting every Sonic game to be perfect, but there are glaring issues in Sonic Frontiers' gameplay, especially in the DLC.
Oh, dude, are you kidding me? I literally hate the DLC. I think the DLC is a massive fucking waste of your time.
Yeah.
Like the gameplay is
Like,
the gameplay is such garbage in it, and it adds nothing. Like story-wise, it adds absolutely fucking nothing. It is such a waste of your time.
Did you watch? Did you? I didn't catch the stream because I was at work. Did you beat it?
Yeah, I beat it. Yeah. It adds nothing. This ending is the same. It's
I
so
think
fucking
Supersonic
stupid.
Cyber's cool though.
Oh, sure. Whatever. They don't do anything interesting with it.
Well, he turns blue.
His eyes turn blue. Oh wait, yeah. For a
No, his
moment, he gets
entire-
like crazy eyes. Yeah, but it's like a cutscene. Like nothing
His
happens
whole
with
body
it.
turns blue.
It's a cutscene. No, I know. Like his eyes turn blue first when he's Supersonic 2, and then he becomes super blue and like with crazy eyes.
Yeah, that's,
like
that's
in like in the
Supersonic Cyber.
yeah, like in the fucking bleh, in the Archie comics. And yeah, that's neat, but whatever. It's like one shot of one cutscene. It's nothing. It doesn't add anything. And like nothing about like there is no real change to the ending or sequence of events that makes it worth it over the base game. You know?
I think the biggest payoff was that Sage got to live.
She
And
already
not
did.
be like reborn.
Whatever,
and not like yeah.
It's like, yeah, okay, she doesn't die and then just come back anyway. Whatever. She comes back either way.
My question is, what's the canon ending?
Well, probably this one.
The DLC.
Yeah, probably that one. Can I go faster, please?
No.
Okay.
Do you think this is fucking Sonic Mania?
No, of course not, because it's not good.
I think you're supposed to use that thing. Yeah. Oh, you're supposed. Oh, I see what you're doing.
That's
Okay.
it. You didn't like the main game, if I recall?
Car battery!
Oh, ow! Damn.
I also didn't like. I'm not really a fan of Sonic Frontiers at the best of times. However, I did like the story. I thought the story in Sonic Frontiers was really good. I liked the boss fights. I thought those were very cool and good. I actually enjoyed the combat. Really, the thing that I didn't like about Sonic Frontiers was solely the open world. I thought the open world was really bad. And because it's an open world game, the open world has such a fucking focus that it kind of ruins the entire experience for me. I enjoyed everything else except for Sonic's voice, and you know, it's a bit of a shame, I think, but
It's me,
Sonic
the Hedgehog.
It's me, Sonic the Hedgehog, and I like hot dog, chili dogs, I mean.
Sonic, what happened to your voice?
Nothing at
on the
all.
wrong side of the bed. I got really tired.
I've always sounded like this.
I need my morning coffee.
But no, the reason why I was so, you know, so harsh, I guess, to Sonic Frontiers is because they made a really good game, but then they made it open world, which ruins it to me.
Now what sucks is that we have an actual goods open world Sonic game coming, but
And it's only on
it's
fucking Apple Arcade. So, but then they made the DLC, which didn't fix the open world aspect at all. and ruined everything else. So cool, you know? Oh man, we're
make
adding
you
new
fucking
characters for
play
you to
Kaizo
play.
levels.
However, they are wasted. They're not allowed to do any combat because they're too low level, and you just have to wait for a random event to get a bunch of points to level up. It just happens randomly. Just good luck, you know. And
It's just
and the story
bullshit. It's
adds absolutely
bullshit.
nothing else. We ruined all the bosses too. Remember the bosses? You really loved the bosses, right? What if they were bullshit? And we added a new
What?
one that
No,
was also
no.
bullshit.
You know, it's like, what if you had, what if you played all the bosses all over again and had a fucking time limit shoved up your ass?
And then like the new
That's
boss,
fun.
the new boss can only be defeated with a secret mechanic that we don't tell you about. Cool.
What?
Yeah. Do you not know about that?
I watched the cutscenes, so no.
Ah, okay. So the final boss, it's constantly healing. You cannot defeat it, right? It's just always
That's
fucking
bullshit.
healing. And what you have to do is you have to untether it from its power source. And the way that you have to do that is by starting to attack its head and then dodging during your combo, causing you to switch targets to the tether, which the game never tells you is a thing you can fucking do.
Are you kidding me?
It says that you should like get rid of its power source, and when you die, it like on the loading screen it says that. It doesn't fucking tell you how though. I
They must
would
have
never
expected you to
have
figure
beaten
it
that
out.
game if it wasn't for chat just telling me. It's so fucking bullshit.
It really makes you wonder, like, what the fuck is going on in Sega's management?
I know.
Because they have a whole thing where it's like, oh, we made Sonic Frontiers until the Sonic voice in our head said it's finished. Okay, great. Then they made the DLC, and it's the same bullshit, you know, the same fucking management bullshit that they did before. Where it sucks. Why?
Exactly.
Because probably they didn't have enough time to fucking play test or, you know, make the game properly.
But it's extra
just-
weird to
what
me
is
because
wrong?
the way that the DLC was presented was this is like the true ending, you know, like the finale that we wanted to make. And then it's just
Yeah.
the same one. Like I understand that you guys were unable to. Yeah, I did it.
Oh, thank God it's slower.
I understand that you guys were unable to make the ending what you wanted to make, but if you're going to do a big update where you add a new finale and stuff, it should actually add something. It should be different. Like if you got the ending that you wanted, but not the final boss and stuff that you wanted, whatever, move on. You know, that's what happens in game development. Sometimes you just can't get your true vision out there. What you did now was just waste everybody's fucking time, and also you made the final boss bad. Honestly, DLC felt like they were actively angry at people for enjoying the game, so they made it as difficult as possible.
Yeah, really.
Kind of. That is kind of what it felt like. Every new thing in that game was just bullshit. It was just something bad. Like, the bosses were still fun, like the regular bosses were still fun to fight. It's just now, you know, because like on their own they were still fun to fight. They didn't ruin that part. It's just because of the time limit that ruins it, you know? Like, the only way that I was able to eventually beat it was because I just spammed the stomp ability over and over again. It was the only way to do enough damage. I don't know. It's just... There's always been the jokes that, like, you know, Sonic games were never good or whatever, and
The Sonic cycle.
the Sonic cycle, and like Sonic fans have just learned to accept less, quote unquote, than other franchises. And I think that's a sad mindset to accept, you know? But also, I feel like it used to be different. Like, Yeah, okay, Sonic Advance, for example, those games have issues, too many bottomless pits and all that. And yeah, Sonic R is lacking in content, you know, all that kind of stuff. And the Werehog levels are pretty clunky, and they only have one combat track, which is annoying. But all these games were still so much better than anything we get nowadays. Oh, god damn it. It's just
Awesome, now we're
like,
playing this.
Ugh. It's just...
Catch the medals!
It's just so sad to me...
Oh, it's this one.
That,
Forget it.
yeah, I'm just not doing that. It's just so sad to me that we... I don't know, that the state of Sonic games keeps deteriorating, and... like a lot of Sonic fans and like outsiders just keep saying that, like, oh yeah, Sonic games are just always like that. And it's like, no, not like this, you know?
I completely agree with you.
The only bet Sonic games recently was Sonic Origins. You're looking at one right now. And again, also Sonic Frontiers. I think Sonic Frontiers and Sonic this one, Superstars have like the same problem of, damn, they had a good framework, why'd they fuck it up?
Literally.
This game's pretty good. Have you played it?
What, me?
No, not you. Buxity in chat. It has some flaws. It has some fucking significant flaws. The multiplayer ruins it. The power-ups are a waste of your time. The Nouvelle ruined, just wrecks your fucking PC.
The only...
Fucking Christ. Ugh. Trip story just feels tacked on and kind of useless, and all the bosses are ruined in her, like made even worse, if anything, in her story mode.
Yeah.
The thing is, I've seen a lot of people enjoying these games. But I don't know.
I think
I've heard people enjoy it.
I think the only power-up for this game, the only power-up that I think is worth it, is the meteor one, because it can just skip over fucking levels.
Yes, agreed. The thing with the, you know, having seen a lot of people enjoying these games, me too. When they originally released, I saw tons of people saying, yes, finally Sonic is good, this game is, you know, another Sonic Mania and stuff. And then 2 weeks or so passed, and then I only saw people saying that, like, they, you know...
oh, right.
They had fun with it, but also it's really flawed, or that they're really hoping that for the next Sonic game, they'll learn from their mistakes and stuff.
The game was telling you to use the clock.
Okay. Whoa, okay. I also saw that I was supposed to jump up, but I was too late.
I'm too busy complaining about Sonic to react.
Cool. Yeah. That's these other moments where you can see they tried in this game. You can see the efforts there, at least. No, that's the thing, is like... That is always the thing with Sonic games. You can tell that they tried. You can tell that there were developers working on this game that really cared, that you know, put a lot of heart into making nice character models and designs, and putting in nice music and cool set pieces and everything. But that something is holding them back. This is always the case. Something...
Yeah.
Someone at Sonic Team, someone at Sega... Oh, whoa, Jesus Christ. Okay.
Oh, wait. I think you passed the Tails doll.
Oh, yeah, I think I did. Well, I don't think we can go back. There's a Tails doll over there. Isn't it fun? You can find it on YouTube. It's fine. It is very cute that they put him there.
Mm-hmm. What the fuck is this game?
Oh my god!
Oh my god! Why would they say, oh, you can do this, and then they throw a fucking thing at you? That's bullshit.
I don't know. It's just, I'm gonna die? No, never mind. The power-ups very much feel like we need a gimmick. Oh, whatever.
I feel like this game can also benefit from having the camera zoom out a little bit.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, that was something that people were already complaining about just from the trailers alone, and they were right. The camera...
Whoa! What the fuck is that bullshit?
That's whatever. That's fine. I just stood very, very close to the front. That's on me. I'll say it again. This game is definitely Sonic Team and a Maniac Crew having two different opinions on what Sonic should be. This wasn't made by the Maniac Crew. Yeah, they had nothing to do with this game.
Yeah.
I don't remember this boss. What was this?
Probably some bitch that we fucking like. In multiplayer, this boss is just trivial.
Oh yeah, that's probably it.
Oh yeah, I remember. Oh, yeah, you have to get on that thing. So they can get on top.
Okay, I didn't. Oh, come on.
It has iframe, so you can't do that. You know, you have to play the game.
You can
How
play a
dare you
Sonic
try to get
game.
fast? How dare you go fast? You're not supposed to.
Oh, goddammit. I can just get on the wall, I think. Maybe. I don't know. But no, the power-ups I wanted to say just really feel like, oh, we need a gimmick, and they didn't really consider how well it worked for a Sonic game.
I'm gonna get a snack real quick because I'm not gonna have dinner until like a little bit later, so I want to get fit. I want to be fed for now.
Sure.
So I'll be right back.
Okay. Can I even... Okay, hold on. Well, never mind. Also, happy birthday, Melancholy Gazer! Yay! You mean Sonic Team and RZ have two different opinions? I mean, I guess, but you also have to remember that if Sega didn't like RZ's opinion of what a Sonic game should be, then they should have told them to do it differently, because that's how being the publisher works, and then like the IP holder. It means that you can tell the people working on your games what to do. Please die. Not die yet. Device is being disconnected? No? My device is connected still? What? Hello? Okay. Cool. Cool. Great job, Sonic Superstars, you sack of shit. Oh my god. Game Origin didn't want to play it, so decided to... I want to beat it. Okay, I plugged in my controller and it worked again. I don't know why. It didn't run out of battery. My controller was still connected. That was weird. So what makes this game mediocre in your mind? What? Oh my god. What the fuck? Is that gonna happen again? Okay, hold on, let's wait. Okay, the worst things about this game are... Its selling point is the multiplayer. The multiplayer completely fucking ruins the game. They put de novo in here again, which, you know, makes the game use like 10 times as much of your processing power as it needs to. The bosses are bad. There are like a lot of little level design quirks that are just very annoying, like in the Sky Temple level. Those things that you basically just have to jump into because you can't see them yet until you jump up. Which again, if they had zoomed out the camera more, then it would be fine. The power-ups feel very useless. A lot of the special stages are absolute bullshit. Having to play through the entire game again as Trip in order to beat the game fully, and during Trip's stuff, they just make it way harder, including some of the bosses just being fucking relentlessly difficult. I don't like it. I'm not a fan. What have you liked about the recent Sonic games? The vibes. the characters, the story. I like that stuff. I really, really, really like the Sonic characters. I love Trip. Trip is a new character here. I love her design. It's super cute, you know? And the story of this game being that Eggman hires Fang, who then like ropes Trip into it to try to get the stuff. It's fun. I like it, you know? The driving force behind Sonic games has always been the characters and like the things they do, specifically just the characters, you know? That is the main thing that makes Sonic games so enjoyable, is the characters and the vibes and stuff. That's the thing. That's what I really like. Also, something I did like about Sonic games recently are like the bosses in the base game for Sonic Frontiers. I really like those boss fights. They're cool and exciting and stuff. They're not without their faults, like the camera just like doing a 180 whenever you get hit by something and then not doing a 180 back. It's pretty annoying. But overall, I really like those bosses, and just running around as Sonic feels really good. I just wish it was in a better open world that looked more interesting and presented you with more interesting things to do, you know? Like that's really just it. I like a lot about the foundation of these games. I just wish that everything around them was better, you know? These bosses could have been alright if this was anything other than a Sonic game. These just aren't Sonic bosses. They would work much better in a different game. Yeah, I agree. I feel like Sonic games recently are very mixed, like how Superstars brings back the classic formula while adding... I mean, Sonic Superstars did not bring back the classic formula. Mania brought back the classic formula, and now they are just, like, pivoting off of that, you know? They're just catapulting off of that, the success of Mania with this game. While adding something new, but issues like bosses taking longer than they should will make them a lot less enjoyable than they would be. Yeah, the bosses have too much health, and you can only hit them at specific points, instead of just, you know, whenever you are actually able to get to them. Like, you'll be able to get to them, but then, like, it does nothing, or you get hurt or something, and that's annoying. What's your favorite Sonic game? It's Sonic R. My favorite Sonic game is Sonic R. I have very, very dear memories of that game. But I think the best Sonic game, quality-wise, is probably Sonic Colors. The best thing about this game is thinking about what IDW is going to do with it. I'm excited to see what they'll do with Trip in the comics, yeah. They should release Sonic Maker using Mania's engine and leave the community to it. I think there is a Sonic Maker made by the community already. Should Sonic be a fast game? And by that I mean you can constantly speed through levels and do just fine. Yeah. I do think that, honestly. Because the old Sonic games, right? The old classic Sonic games, and Mania as well. And I mean, most Sonic games that people like are just about going fast. You have like little breaks where you do a little bit of a platforming thing for a bit, you know? But most of the time, it's just about going fast. There are collectibles to be found, you know, Chaos Emeralds, Chow Garden keys, and stuff like that. But you don't have to, you know? That is if you, like, want to go exploring. If you want to find the most optimal routes through all the levels, that's totally allowed. But you can just go fast. And for the most part, in this game, that is also true. I don't have that much of an issue with most of the level design. There are moments in it where it falls flat. But a lot of the time, I do just find myself just running fast and jumping across platforms and stuff and having a pretty good time, you know? It's just those moments where it ruins itself, and mostly that's the bosses, you know? Yeah. I think Sonic games work best when they are literally just about going fast. Don't make me use a power-up to slow down time or do careful platforming, like stop and then do careful platforming. No thanks. I would like the platforming to be more well integrated into the level design, please. You know? That would be good. I would prefer that. Thank you. What? They're tired of how Sonic is currently acting. Rightly so. Thank you. Thank you. Anyway. We don't have that issue again of the controller disconnecting, so I guess we can just do the game again. I feel like I should have been doing something. Well. Ow. Please die. Still not? Come on, dude. Anyway, I'm very excited to play Sonic Dream Team through. Whoa! I hit him. That's cool. I didn't know you could do that. All right. Hey, look at that. That's. Oh wait. Ah, dang it. Whoa, whoa! Oh my God, you're so high up. Anyway, I'm very excited to play a Sonic Dream Team through perfectly legal means. Hi, bud.
I got a bagel.
Bagel. That's great. This boss is taking 1 million hits to kill. I haven't died yet, by the way, since you were gone. I've just been talking to Chet about Sonic games.
Yeah, I heard.
Oh, okay, cool.
I agree.
Thank you. Come on,
Like, if they just wanted to make a story, they can either A, release it in a comic, or B, make a visual novel.
Yeah, you know, like Sonic Got Murdered, the best Sonic game we've had in years.
Yeah.
That's not a game, the name of it, but whatever. Come on, dude! Are you kidding me? This is taking for fucking ever! This is actually insane how long this takes. There we go.
There you go.
That was stupid how long that took. Yippee! Yay, we got fruit. My parents, when I came out of the closet to them.
That's funny.
Thank you. I'll have to do a stretchy. And also 2 eggs that I missed at some point, so sorry. Wait, how did I get here? And Tenebris Foliage. Thank you both. I feel like there's a point where no ending will make up for the stress and struggle of getting there. The DLC for Frontiers was like that, and I question if this will be too. I mean, nothing was worth the ending for Frontiers because it was the same ending as the base game. Like, at least here, I mean, I can't imagine this. I mean, I guess it's possible, but I have to imagine that this will at least give us something new, you know? Like that moment in the DLC, the Frontiers DLC ending, where Eggman calls Sage his daughter, and she's like, "Oh, thanks, yay." It's cute. That moment, I liked that moment, but it is just a different version of the ending that we got in the base game, so it's not worth the entire DLC, you know? We could have just updated the ending to the base game because it's the same thing.
Or hear me out.
Yeah.
Just make the base game. Just make that the base game's ending, and
That's what
not
I'm saying.
have a fucking DLC.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, just update the base game ending. That's what I'm saying. To be that.
Not even update. Just make that the first ending ever. You don't have to do. You no longer have to touch the game.
Wait, what do you mean? Like what I'm saying is they take the ending that is currently the ending, the base game ending. You take it out and you put the DLC ending in its place. That's what I'm saying. Like you just replace
I'm
it.
saying the same. Yeah, I'm saying the same thing too.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
saying
what I
like go
thought.
back in time and never do that in the first place and just make that ending the same ending.
So take me back in time to another world where you can be mine. We don't have to worry when you're by my side.
Oh, you can go super here.
There's nothing I don't know, there's nothing to decide apart from where we want to go. That's from Sonic Arm, my favorite Sonic game.
This boss.
Yeah, this boss sucks. Why can't I hit it? Oh, it's in the background. Never mind, that makes sense.
Because it's got invincibility frames. How dare you try to play this game and make it go fast? Maybe that's why these bosses are so fucking hard. They probably expect you to use super form.
Maybe.
They probably were playtesting this game, and all the playtesters just use Supersonic, and they're like, oh, we don't have to change anything.
Ugh, yeah, probably. I mean, they're bad playtesters if that's the case. But this game feels so lifeless.
It's in 3D, that's why.
Maybe. I mean, I like the look of the game overall, but I mean, yeah, the pixel art of Mania is better.
It is.
I think it's just because the company that made it sucks.
That's probably true.
I mean, Balan Wonderland and Yoshi's New Island also feel lifeless, so that's probably just it. Fuck you. Sparta is just so much more charming, but the environments are styled well, I think. Yeah, no, I think graphically, style-wise and stuff, this game is quite nice. It doesn't really do anything wrong. It doesn't go out of its way to be more, you know? There's not really anything that stands out to me. One! Like having Trip jump the way that Vector does. I like that. That is like a nice bit of detail that it didn't have to do. She could just be rolling into a ball just the same way as everybody else. But there's so little in this game that stands out as a real, you know, a real fun, memorable.
Why? Why would they put
choice.
that there? If you're gonna run across the fucking water, oh.
Yeah, that sucks. The Shadow Streak and your viewers, hello! Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome. Metroid Prime Remastered. Ooh, I love Metroid Prime. This is like my favorite Metroid game. Maybe. Wow. Anyway.
Maybe.
Maybe. I hope you're having a lot of fun with it. I haven't played the remaster yet. Because I like when they released it, when they announced it, I was like hot off the heels of like a replay of the original. So I was like, I don't have to do this right now, you know. But I hope you're having a lot of fun with it. Hello everyone, my name is Queen the Fennec sometimes, but always Zoe. I'm here with my friend Dia.
Hi.
You know, we're going through it, gang. This game's not very good.
It's not.
But, you know, we're having fun together and such.
I'm just excited to see this game completely through at this point.
Yes, that's it. I'm just excited to finally get it done with and get to see the ending. And so, wow, look at that! I landed on the thing. How nice.
You were saved from a fate
saved.
worse than death.
Oh, I was saved by Jeebus. I'm now really good. Can I move these? I think only Amy can do that. Because usually, usually they're aiming this level. It'll be a very good remaster. Nice.
This game I don't like.
You're sick. Oh no. Okay, well take your rest then. What else do you know? Don't you like? Dia, let's complain more. Let's
The
hear
level
it.
design, like, there's just some shit that doesn't make sense. Like, why is there fruit here? This is a water park. Why is there randomly fruit here?
Come the fuck on with that shit.
That too. Like, what the fuck?
That's the thing that I hate.
Whose
Like
fucking idea was this?
the fruit is like, fruit is a resource that you collect and. No, why is it fruit?
Cool.
How are you supposed to do that?
I don't know.
What were
did
you?
it
What was I? Yeah, because I was a fish or a blob, whatever.
That's
What are you supposed to do if
how.
you don't have that?
Die.
Yep, that's what I did.
That's probably why she has all the powers.
Isn't it just because we have all the Chaos Emeralds unlocked already?
Yeah. No, I don't know. I know.
Because maybe she starts with them
If
actually.
you have all 7. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So I mean, yes, you are technically correct.
Yay, I win. No.
What's the matter? Don't you like don't?
kinda- Not particularly. No, there's a lot of level design stuff that I really don't like. Like, I don't know. I remember.
mice in
I
that-
think. What the fuck is this, dude?
The mouse
I
part in the
think.
digital world, where there's cats and you have to go up like.
Oh yeah,
different
that shit
paths and shit.
sucked. That was so bad. Like that was awful. It's so clear that they were like, isn't this a fun little gimmick? And it's like, yeah, if you had done it right, this is not how this type of game works. Where you like pick a
Literally.
path, because you can see all the paths before you pick. You don't just make me guess and then screw me over because I guessed wrong. Anyway, I think I remember when we started playing and we were playing together, you had some complaints about like the physics and stuff.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like Mania. It doesn't feel like classic Sonic at all. It's bad.
It doesn't feel as good as those, but I don't really mind it. I don't have a problem with how it feels. It feels pretty good to play on its own right. But just like Sonic Frontiers, they have a good framework for moving through levels, but then they don't have good levels.
Oh, and you can get hit by spikes from the side. What is that shit?
That's also fucking stupid and very annoying and like very disorienting. Because it's like so not what I'm used to, you know?
Like, you can't even stand on spikes if they're fucking horizontal. What is that bullshit? Well, okay, you're touching it there. That's fine, because it stops you. But if you, like, touch those spikes from the side, they're gonna fucking hurt you. I don't get it.
I enjoy that lizard Mobians have a different type of ball form from mammalian Mobians. I agree, yeah, it's like, before that, well, actually, did SPO have that? How does SPO jump? In Chaotix? I feel like he might also do like a ring, but I'm not sure. That's on me. I just felt the gem.
Let's find out.
I suppose a normal spin dash? I'm not sure. I know that Vector at least does it, but it's very cute that they're like continuing that here. He fucking spins like a... Oh, right! Yes!
Oh, yeah, that's right. He does spin like a top.
Yeah. God, they had fun with Chaotix, huh?
And yet, they marketed it as Knuckles Chaotix because they were scared that they put Sonic in the game, it wouldn't sell well.
For some reason.
Like, it's very telling when you release a Sonic game for a console that's failing, and you decide not to put Sonic in it because it's failing. Very, very telling that you're not very confident in your work.
Yep. Yay, woo, I'm having fun. I'm no longer
more
having fun. They call her a trip because she's high on acid on all the time. That's why there's so much fruit here. She's hallucinating it. This makes sense. Finally, the mysteries of the Sonic series are revealed to us. Whoa. Very ominous sounds there. Oh, this music sounds so good. I wonder who composed it.
Clearly not Jun's, no way.
God damn it.
Cool. Love when you use your powers and then you get hit and you fucking lose them.
I hate that. I hate that you get hit and just lose the power instantly.
Like, what were they thinking?
I mean, they probably were thinking like, well, you lose your rings when you die, so it makes sense, or when you get hit, so it makes sense that, you know, it was like first thought, not considering it any further than that. God, this trick is really good.
If only the level was.
Yeah. I just want to get to the end.
Just remember, if you want to skip over entire levels, you could just use the meteor power.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I should like do that. Cool. Also, I just realized another problem that I have with this.
What the fuck?
Cool. Another issue that I have with this. I can't fucking see that coming because of the camera. Oh my god. Okay, anyway.
It's like they want you to guess.
Yes, I mean, it's the same thing as with that cat and mouse part. They just want you to fucking guess. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Because you're gonna lose it. You gotta run out of breath. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Wonderful fucking game design.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. I'm like praising the game's music and stuff, and then the game's just like, no, can't have that.
God forbid you have a good time.
Okay, Jesus fucking Christ. Anyway,
just fuck
so another issue that I have with the game that I now realized with this like this trip story part is like usually when you are playing through the game again, when you're playing through the game normally, you are.
Why would they put that there?
Like, it makes no sense to put spikes there. If you just didn't want us to climb over everything, then just don't let us. Just
It's called
don't
an
make.
invisible wall.
Oh my god. Oh, this is so bad. Anyway, when you're playing through the game, or the first playthrough through the game, you'll be doing a bit of exploration to try to find, to try to find the big rings so you can get the Chaos Emeralds. But by this point, you're gonna have the Chaos Emeralds. And so, there is no reason for you anymore to try to get through the levels, aside from just to get through the ending. I've seen these levels before. I've already got all the collectibles. I just want to go, you know? It just starts feeling like a fucking waste of time.
I get it. They wanted to make Trip's story like Knuckles' story in Sonic and Knuckles.
Sure.
Fine. It's still stupid.
It's fucking stupid. Hi, Royal. Have fun lurking. I'm trying to kick ass, dude. I love when level design shows a clear regret for giving you an ability. I mean, it's like, it's normal, of course, to have to limit the player what they can do with their abilities. It's just you don't have to be hostile about it. Also, these water physics are bad. Are you seeing that? You don't have to put spikes there. There are other options. You can just put blocks in instead, you know?
Or an invisible fucking wall.
Or an invisible fucking wall if you like don't care about immersion, quote unquote. Oh, okay.
Are you
Uh-oh.
fucking shitting me? What is this?
I know, I'm
What the
going
hell
down.
is this shit?
I'm going up. No, this helps.
Oh,
Never mind,
wow,
it doesn't.
The game is like, oh, what's
Never
the
mind,
matter?
because
You
I don't
can't
have
fucking play the game?
good control over him. Fucking Christ. Okay, firing.
Alright.
Okay, go up. And then, yes. Hooray!
Please let that be it.
No, of course not. Can I at least get some rings back? Oh, I can,
No.
thank you. I am shocked. I'm genuinely
that way
surprised
now.
that they would give me some rings. Okay.
Why would they do? Well, oh my god. Oh my fucking god.
And the ring goes past! That's awesome!
And you can't fucking reach. And you can't reach.
Oh, cool. Like, wasn't able to see that until I jumped. Thanks. They should have made the level around the fun ability and not against it. Yeah, that's the thing also, is we are... Having a trip campaign that, like, tells her story would be fun, right? The problem is that... I mean, or one of the problems, because there's a lot of problems here, obviously. One of the problems is that we are not playing through a different campaign tailored to Trip. We're just playing through the original campaign again. With minor adjustments for Trip's ability to climb walls. Some of which is like, usually you would be doing platforming here, now you are expected to just wall climb. Others are, fuck you, here are spikes now. And the story doesn't really get told. Like, when we were playing as Amy through the main campaign, we actually had story moments. But those story moments don't occur here because this happens before the main story. So we are not really given much of a reason why Trip is doing anything. We don't see any of the other characters interacting with Trip, trying to antagonize her or anything like that. Nothing happens. There are no collectibles to collect. The levels don't function well for her. The story isn't told. This is a fucking waste of time. Sonic fun!
I think Mighty and Ray should have been. I think Mighty and Ray should have been in this game.
I agree. It would have been cute if this story was then Mighty and Ray being on the island before or something, and then Trip getting to meet them. And then, Or after. Yeah, or after. That would have been cute too. See, okay, think about how cute it would have been if instead of just being a completely useless prequel to the main story, it would instead have been a sequel in which Sonic is now gone. He did his thing. God damn it. I didn't jump, I guess. That's on me, I don't know. Okay, I wasn't able to jump, but there was...
Meteor or some shit?
Oh, yeah, Meteor. Oh, hey, can I get air? Oh, thank God. If it was a sequel where Sonic has now gone home, so Trip is left to defend the island for herself,
I think it
and
moved
then
on.
and then Eggman comes back, and now she has to like be brave and do it by herself, or with Ray and Mighty. That would have been really fun. And you could have made it like a little bit shorter, so that you would have more time to make actual handcrafted new levels for her. I think that would have been good. Oh my god. Okay, I can't get up there now though. Wait, I can. Oh wait, water. I should be using water. Anyway, we did it! Yay!
Thank
Liking
God.
Sonic Superstars is now officially a red flag. It's definitely gonna make me say like, oh, explain. How nuanced is your like of this game, you know?
How much do you like masochism?
Yeah, exactly. How much of a masochist are you, or how much brand loyalty do you have, or how little do you just understand? Anyway, new world! Yay, progress!
Isn't there only one act in this world? Oh, there's only
I
one.
don't remember.
Oh, you better go slow. Wow.
I guess I do.
For a fucking
man.
medal.
Thank you. I remember us getting that one glitch where we just were stupidly
And
slow
that
the
was
entire time and couldn't
fucking
interact
weird.
with portals and stuff.
That's fucking weird.
I don't think we could get that in single player though, because I think it was a result of like both of us triggering something at the same time.
Yeah. I mean, God forbid they playtest it.
Yeah.
Definitely multiplayer was an afterthought.
Oh, absolutely, but not so much of an afterthought that they weren't gonna make it the entire point of the game, like the entire marketing strategy being that it was multiplayer. Which is still just so sad and funny to me that like easily the worst part of the game was the entire marketing. Can I? No, I'm not allowed to wall climb. Okay, whatever. What is this? Chiller.
That's in the first level.
No, I know. It's just I look at it and I'm like, it feels just kind of.
Why?
It comes around. Yeah, why? Like it comes around so little. It doesn't really serve much of a purpose. It's just a big number for no reason.
I just hate how fucking helpless the game makes you feel.
Yeah?
You know?
Not necessarily. Explain.
Like that. You know, you're always getting shot at. You're always getting fucking
Yeah,
bullshit thrown at
there's
you,
always
and
shit.
there's nothing you can
like,
do about it.
There's always stuff like just off the screen that you can't fucking see. This was also the portal that fucked us over. That's what got glitched. That was the least intolerable boss yet. I don't think so. That was also one of the worst ones, I think. I think Trip's campaign should be her kissing girls, and you control Trip as she makes her way to the girls that she kisses. That would be better. She leaves the island to go kiss girls. I think that should be your story.
1 sec.
Okay. Reminds me of a review I've heard of Sonic 3 and Knuckles, which was the story is Sonic defeated Eggman, but he got up again. That's the story of every Sonic game, though. But also, yeah, it makes for a better fucking story than whatever the fuck this is, which is nothing, you know? I like Sonic Superstars because I think Trip is neat and I'm glad Fang is back. That's about it. Yeah, that's... Okay, things I like about Sonic Superstars. I think Trip is fun. And very cute and nice. I like that Fang is back in a mainline game. Some of the music is very, very good. Which is, you know, the one that's not made by Jun Senoue. There are some neat designs and concepts and such in here. Like, having these giant snakes here, that's fun. Aside from execution, you know? Not talking about any kind of execution of level designs, but some of them have fun concepts in them. And that's about it. Oh my god, could I kiss Trip? Could I kiss Trip? Oh my god. That'd be nice, actually. I need to design classic me. And then commission shipping art. That'd be nice, actually. Mom. Hello, asshole.
Hello.
Hello. I wasn't calling you an asshole.
The fact that I think, you know, there's also the fact that I don't think Sonic Channel updated with Trip's bio yet, so we don't know her age.
That's fair. I'd like the classic characters are a bit younger in general. So
Well, they're still all stated to be like the same age, like 12 and 15 and 8 and 16 and shit.
really, like they're the same age as their modern counterparts?
Yeah, I don't understand.
That's weird. I thought it wasn't like that. It's especially weird because they've confirmed that it's like their younger selves.
Yeah, which is fucking weird. It's like, what's the truth? Are
Makes
they
some
young or are they
sense.
not? They're just smaller.
The classic Queen Defendant have a leather jacket like Evil Sonic or I mean, I think it would just be kind of like a simplified design of what I have now. You know, maybe only one belt. The boots might actually just be the same.
I think Fennec would look, or Queen would look like a little goofy, like, you know that design work in classic games where they, like, the characters kind of feel a little bit goofy, like a little childish. In terms of design.
Yeah, yeah. I think it had like one tooth.
Yeah, yeah.
One sharp tooth in the middle.
That's cute.
Yeah. And like the gauntlets would be a lot less detailed as well.
Oh yeah. They'd probably be like bulkier or like more compact. I don't know.
I think more compact.
See, this boss isn't bullshit. Yeah, all it does is just takes a few more hits. That's it.
Yeah, this boss is slow, but functional. I never feel like the boss is just being fucking bullshit at me.
Yeah, no, it's like, oh, he gave now you have to land a few more hits on it. All right. That's fine.
Yay, I did it. Best boss in the game. Bum, bum, ba, bum, bum, ba, bum. And maybe Dusty wouldn't have a mech yet. Maybe Dusty isn't even with classic Queen of Fennec yet.
Well, yeah, probably.
Maybe that's something that comes later. Okay.
Oh, this fucking.
I didn't remember this stage, dude. Oh.
Now I do.
Yeah, a little bit. Still not that much, I'm gonna be honest.
You have to watch that thing in the background.
No, I was wondering if it was gonna be to the music, but it wasn't. Okay, it doesn't go nowhere.
Nope, just another obstacle to kill you with.
So is this Jun Senai?
Yeah.
I would assume so, right?
Sounds like a Genesis.
No, see, that's what I'm saying, but it sounds... But it sounds pretty good, just so I wasn't sure.
Yeah. Wow, he got it right once.
Maybe he still got it. Probably not, but you never know. I think this was
Don't
probably
say
a fluke.
Don't say that. Don't give him hope.
No, you're right.
Don't validate him.
You're gonna say something the chat was saying or something?
No, I was. All I was saying was that this game is just bullshit. It's just a fucking bunch of bullshit.
Yeah, it's a bunch of doodoo caca. Whoops. What is chat saying
Sounds
now?
like it was made on Genesis sound chip. It's definitely a Jun Senoue track. No
Yeah.
matter the quality. Because he insists that all classic Sonic games should sound like it was on a Genesis, because that's what he believes in.
He's
Meanwhile,
full
you
of
have
shit.
Sonic Mania, and it sounds like awesome.
Yeah, dude.
Also, while you were talking about, wow, that's
Okay.
bullshit.
Wow.
You were talking about somebody in chat asked like earlier when I was getting a bagel. and you talked about it, like, oh, should Sonic games be slow or should Sonic games be fast, and you should be able to skip over everything. If you really want a Sonic game that's slow and you take your time with it, just fucking play Sonic CD. Go play Sonic CD and go explore it and destroy the Metal Sonic generators, the batting generators. Go explore those fucking levels. Just do that. Just do that. That's all you need to fucking do.
God. Yeah, I'm remembering this now, actually. Oh my god.
Bullshit with a capital B.
No. Whatever.
God forbid you have a good time. I said, God forbid you have a good time.
Yeah. I have a good time because hanging out with my friend Dia.
Yay!
Yay! What the fuck is the point of this? You know how...
Just to fuck you up.
I don't know. Oh god. I don't know. Usually, the Eggman factory stages, at least like, look like most things there have a point. You know? It looks like it's just like a machine that you're running through. Those things, they're just there.
Yep. Like, I think those are from Scrap Brain Zone. That or Death Egg Zone, I'm not entirely sure. Metropolis Zone, even.
Oh.
Wow!
Oh my god. Fuck.
You think it's time to pull out Meteor?
Oh yeah.
You constantly forget you have the cheat button.
Yeah. But hey, forgetting is what I do best.
What'd you forget?
I don't know. I forgot.
Fucking. What the hell? What is that shit?
That's what. No, that's whatever. Cause like I climbed all the way up a wall that there was no reason to climb up.
Okay, that's just there to annoy you.
Oh yeah, this whole levels just exists to annoy you, clearly. Because everything in this level is just like, you get launched up into the spikes or onto a platform you don't want to be on. Ha ha ha, aren't you having fun? Nope. No, I'm not actually.
We here at RSS make the most quality video games. Donkey Kong!
We at RSS make the most quality torture devices.
It warned you.
Okay.
It gave you a fair warning.
I didn't notice.
Do bits get hit?
I kind of thought that was still like part of the boss opening cutscene, you know?
Nah.
Because usually they have that.
Smash monkey! Uh-oh.
I love that your rings don't matter in this fight.
Yeah. So why bother going in with them?
No,
Probably
because you never
because of the
know.
monkey.
Yeah, the monkey. No, never forget the monkey.
Oh, watch out.
Another very slow boss fight. Great job, team.
Wait, how did I get here? Says don't say you're having a good time with Dia, and now Sega's gonna kill them. Oh!
She's not allowed to have a good time. Get rid of the interloper. What the hell? I was able to hit it.
Cool.
Oh my god. Man, this shit's like big sucks, huh?
Oh my god!
Oh, come on, dude.
How are you supposed to get over that fucking fast? She has a fucking slow ass wind up time for her speed. Now that's bullshit.
That is fucking bullshit.
Like, you were able to hit him in the first phase, but not in here.
Yeah.
God forbid.
I fucking hate when games don't follow their own rules like that.
They just fucking change the rules halfway through. Let's go fuck yourself.
I don't feel safe.
You know, God forbid anything goddamn works in this goddamn game. Like, if you can hear it in here, but later
Yeah,
on,
now I
you
can
can't.
but later on I cannot.
Watch, now you can't hit him here.
I'm not gonna try now.
Because he's gonna turn on his electricity because they
But
want
he didn't
you
have
to
it on
wait.
before.
They work so hard on these bosses that they really want you to play them.
Didn't work hard enough on him to make him good though. I'm gonna die. Oh, wow, that was close.
Ooh. By the skin of your fucking teeth, you dodged that.
Seriously?
Alright, don't hit him.
I won't.
Because he's got to turn on his electricity.
I
Because he's got to
know.
go around doing monkey tricks because that's how the boss is programmed. And they work so hard to make him do monkey tricks. And that's hit number 3. Oh. Okay, here comes... this funny monkey. Ookie, ookie, ak, ak.
I don't know, I'm not laughing.
He's a monkey.
Oh, fuck.
No. How dare you try to hit him before he's finished?
Also, the noises in this boss fight just aren't very good.
They're not.
All the creaking and stuff. Also, hold on a second, I have to sneeze.
Bless you.
Thank you. I have an egg that I missed at some point from screaming reaction. Thank you. There we go. Oh, okay. That's different. Gonna hit you during this? I'm not gonna try. I'm scared. Fuck. I will try, actually. I did! Oh, god damn it. This bitch takes way too many fucking hits.
That's the point of Trip's story, just to piss you off.
Yeah?
Okay, don't hit him.
I won't.
That's what they want you to do. Whoa! His super electric attack. What do you think he fucking is? Pikachu? Fuck this
No,
idiot.
he's Monkey Chew.
No! Oh my god! I thought you were about to get hit and die.
I know, I had another ring. I just wanted to get the other ring, but we already beat him, so it's okay.
You got greedy.
It was for safety. I wanted to get the other ring before it disappeared, and the ring that I would lost on the way there would like have a new like countdown until it would disappear, so I'd be able to get that one also after the bullets disappeared. It was calculated.
It was scary.
It's fine, Dial. No, aw. Big sad.
Also, for this game not having the elemental shields, it's a fucking downgrade. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it is. It's not as fun.
Okay, I think this is the level where you have that fucking time limit shoved up your ass.
Oh, that one.
Yep.
Yeah, it is.
Have fun.
That seems unlikely.
You fucking idiot! How dare you try to cross the gap?
Okay, come on. I forgot to get rings.
I'm Sonic the Hedgehog, and you're not allowed to play this game. Even if you have an infinite lives, it's gonna suck.
That just means you can suffer for longer.
Like, good on them for removing lives in a Sonic
on me.
game. Great.
Yeah.
But, uh-oh. Oh, that's right. You have a fucking time limit.
It's
'Cause God
whatever.
forbid they make a good game.
The existence of the time limit is not necessarily bad.
It's just the insta-kill that fucking sucks. Because, yeah, Oil Ocean 2 had that in Sonic Mania, but that took away, like, a ring every second.
Yes. Oh wow. Wait, I stood on the side of the rings. I love consistency, dude. Oh.
Uh-oh. You better hurry up and find a switch before Dr. Eggman makes you die.
I'd love to.
from
There's one.
Existing.
Okay. I heard an egg. I must answer the call.
Yeah. Kai made an egg.
Hello, Kai. Thank you for the egg. Here we go. I just.
Hi, reader.
Hello. Thank you also for your egg. And come on, gang. You're giving me so.
Egg.
Egg.
And another egg.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yum yum yum.
Cumber Q, thank you very much for the egg. I was like, whoa! Ow. Jody attacking me.
And now you have a
And then
stretchy and a posture
Yep.
check. I think your chat's being very mean to you. I think you should curse them out right now. Don't stretch them too hard. You'll pull something.
I'll pull you down to hell.
Egg.
Vector Zect, thank you very much for your egg. There we go. I did need that stretch actually. It was a good stretch. Where did you go?
I don't know. Refresh the browser source? I'm confused too. Where did I go? Because my streams, my thing is still going.
What? Also the there you are.
There
That
we
was
go.
weird.
That was weird.
That was weird. And Borosaurus, a head for Derek. What head would it be?
I think it has to be the Sonic hat.
I don't have a Sonic hat.
You don't?
I have a Knuckles hat, and I have a Knuckles hat.
Oh, that's right.
Hmm.
I guess it's time for Knuckle.
I guess it's time for Knuckle, who doth not chuckle. Flip. Amazing. Derek looks amazing.
Good job, Derek.
He's really pulling that off. No, I wanted to. That makes sense.
Tails doll over the number of rings.
Oh, come on.
Oh. The game saved you because it doesn't want you to fail.
Don't care.
Don't care, plus didn't ask.
Plus, I don't want to be here. Plus, please let me go home. Plus, I don't just want to see my wife again.
Alright, over the ring counter.
Mm-hmm.
A number of rings. Man.
I love having Tails doll rings.
Dude, I am sleepy.
Oh, it's supposed to. Right. Why so sleepy, bud? Something happened?
I don't know. I got good sleep last night too. Just that I have to wake up at 4 in the fucking morning to go to work.
Ugh. Well,
Oh, that's the thing now.
That's okay.
Well, that just happened.
Well, did anybody else see that?
He's right behind me, isn't he?
Me, a big Eggman drone that's gonna blow me up.
Me when I'm Swedish, me at balls. Do you get it?
Yeah, I get it.
Me at the balls.
Me at the balls.
Okay. Okay.
That was on
Back in
plan.
the portal.
That was on purpose. That was planned. I did it. Calculated. I think that said something.
I don't know. It said play a better game.
It said fuck you. We hope you hate this.
Me at balls.
Me at balls. Oh, that was my fault. I just ran into the enemy.
Hello, my name is Jorgen and I like to meet the balls.
My name is Zoe. I mean,
My
it
name
is.
is Jorgen Jonsson. And I play drums so good.
Did they
What's
just
really
like
funny
at
about-
some point during development figure out that you should be able to stand on the rings and then like didn't change the previous levels? Can I get a button? Thank you.
I was gonna say, it's really funny how they're like, oh, you have to take your time playing this game, and then they just make a level where they shove a fucking timer up your ass for everything.
Yeah,
I
it's a
think
little
that's kind
weird.
of silly. I like how you're missing every single fucking ring.
Who cares?
I care.
I don't.
Now you have enough rings to fight the boss with.
Yay! Can't wait to lose them all
Does this
before I
level
get to
have
the
a
boss. I don't know. Gaming.
Ow.
Hello. Hello, Melsonoff. Welcome.
Gaming.
Oh, there's gonna be some stupid hazard here that's gonna kill me. I just know it. Instead, there is nothing. Okay.
Oh, they're being so nice to you right now.
Wow, they're being so niceys. I'm scared. I don't feel safe.
I don't feel safe.
Alright, boss time.
Uh-oh.
Do you remember what the boss is? Because I
Oh,
don't.
right. It's shitty Sonic CD Boss 1 boss.
Oh yeah, this thing. I remember this
All right,
being
we just go super.
okay. I am just gonna go
just
super,
go
of
super
course.
and just go fucking super and just forget this thing. Who cares?
I'm gonna
Gives a
go
shit.
soup on your ass.
Super Mario Sunshine. I'm pretty sure I could still crush you. Where- Oh my god, I thought it did, and I was like, where'd you go?
Yeah. It does something to me there, but doesn't kill me.
When you are Swedish, you go to IKEA every single day for breakfast, lunch and dinner.
I win.
We are better than Norway.
Oh, jeez.
I poisoned the water supply.
I poisoned the water
The water supply.
Everybody
Okay,
dead.
dead.
Oops.
It's so good. Yeah, that was some cheesy soup form. Can you make cheese soup? Isn't it just fondue?
I'm pretty sure, like, maybe, I don't know. Maybe.
Gang, when was the last time you had fondue? Damn, this is not Sky Sanctuary.
This is so sad. I sure wish I was playing a better game right now.
Cosmo 1 now, please. Never had it. I want to try it with my partner one day. I like fondue. It's very much one of those things though where after a while I'm like, I'm good. I've had my fill, you know? It's a bonding activity more than anything, but it is nice. You know, some nice toasted bread with melted cheese. It's nice. Broccoli and cheese soup is a thing. Broccoli and cheese are like, you know, one of the all-time power couples.
I don't like broccoli.
Maybe you'd like it with cheese.
I tried.
Okay then. Well, I love broccoli with cheese.
It's the texture, I think. My autism doesn't like it.
Oh no, that's completely fucking fine. That's what I have with tomatoes.
Oh. You know, it's funny. I like ketchup, tomato sauce, pico de gallo. Raw tomatoes, just can't do it. Cannot do it.
Yeah. No, same. It's the texture of the tomatoes that I cannot handle. One voice. Sorry there, sport, but playing a better game is against the rules. Cosmo voice crashes your game.
Crashes your game! Drill!
Drill! And then you have the worst music in the game.
This is like a shittier drill!
I hate the music when you have the drill whiz power up in Sonic Colors.
Yeah.
But it's...
We wanted to make another Sonic Colors, but Sega didn't want us to. Uh-oh. It's extra gel time.
Where are you going down? Oh.
Awesome camera angle.
Stop. I'm gonna get right side. I'm gonna die. Twitch is gonna kill me. No. The sleeper is like Dia turned out to be a sleeper agent for Twitch to come kill me now that there is too much Rebel by David Bowie. No.
This is why I'm purple.
No. What? Anyway, wow, gang.
Wow.
Yeah. It sure is time to take a eat break for me to do my ester gel. We'll be taking a 20 or so minute break while we do that. During this time, if you have any medicine that you have to take, please remember to do so. Drink your water, stay hydrated, stretch your leggies, get some snackies, and listen to some cool Sonic music during the break. And then we'll be back with, well, how many more levels is it? Like 2 or 3 or so?
I don't fucking know.
Whatever.
I think it's stage 8, so maybe 3.
Right. And then probably like some final stage, some new final stage or something.
Who knows?
So yeah, we'll be back with that. See you guys soon. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye-bye.
Yourself with them evil spirits that's in you. Streaking lights, loud sounds, and instinct.
Sonic boom.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
I was working on projects while you were getting extra gelled. What?
I'm getting snacks. You were saying?
Ow.
I was working on project while you were getting extra gelled.
Cool. Making cool renders and stuff.
Yeah, that.
Nice, nice. And then we just do a little bumpies on the socials.
What?
Bumpies on the socials.
What about them?
The people have to know.
Oh, I guess the people do have to know, yeah.
They must. They must know that we are back from the break.
That is true.
Alright, so. Hello, everybody. I hope you had a nice break. I talked to friends. That's me, and I did my Astrodel and stuff, of course. I was going to read more, but then I didn't. You know, read more. I'm in love with the villainess. I failed. I failed to do that. But I did get milk and store brand M&Ms. So
Ooh.
these will calm me down during these difficult times. So let's go.
And there's nothing difficult when you're around.
Aw, thanks. You too, bud.
Hey.
Died forever. So we should be getting
Forever and ever.
Vitrabean, thank you very much for following. Thank you. So we should be getting near the end of this game, which, yippee yahoo.
hope.
I fucking hope so, dude. God, this song specifically feels like such a sad imitation of, like, of a previous Sonic game. Like, I don't know which track exactly. Yes. Na 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 na. That one.
Yeah, it's Sky Sanctuary.
Yeah, it is Sky Sanctuary. I was right.
The level we hope we wish we were playing.
Yep.
Remember
Like
when
them-
we were trying to get the fucking Chaos Emerald on this fucking level, and we were trying to get like, it wasn't even that, we were trying to get into the ring, and then we got into the ring, and we were like, yes, finally, yes, yes, and then we fucking failed at it because it was the green one.
Yep. Because it was the fucking worst level. This game is not a piece of chocolate. I'd rather not play this game ever. I cannot
I
even
would rather
comprehend
not
what
play
they were.
this game than play it.
I'd prefer to stop, but I will not. I prefer to beat it, is the thing. Why am I even trying? Just to feel
The
something, I
will
guess.
to beat it, the will to beat it is stronger than the will to give up.
No will to fight tonight, you know?
The will to fight the night. The will to fight the night. The will to fight the night.
No.
Will to
Fight. Will to survive. Oh, it's so good. We're just playing Sonic Black Knight right now.
I sure wish I was playing something else.
As if Sonic and Black Knight's also just like a mess that was on purpose. Wow, I love being here again.
My favorite pastime.
Whee, I go fast! Like, I really want to like properly try playing Sonic and Black Knight again because I remember originally when it released, really enjoying it and being like, yay! Yippee, yahoo! This is awesome! You know? And then I tried it again somewhere in college, and I only played like 2 or 3 levels before I went like, oh, this is garbage. And I'm like, but was it? Because I didn't let myself truly experiencing it, you know? Maybe I was just having an off day, yeah. Exactly. It's a mess with a soul. It does feel like that, at least, if nothing else.
Mm-hmm.
Something like night, not this one.
Purely psychological.
This mechanic is annoying. It'd be less annoying if it was easier to just run through it more fluidly, but that's not what happens, is it?
Yeah. No.
Oh, pig! Hey, that's my money! Can I have my money back, please? Yeah, that's fair. Would you rather play Sonic 4? That's a very tough question. Hello?
No. No.
I feel like...
Okay, here's a more fair question. Would you rather play Sonic Blast? Not 3D Blast, Sonic Blast.
Ooh. I was going to say in Sonic 4, I would say I would rather play Sonic 4 Episode 2, which I think plays better than the first one.
That's just a natural thing, yes.
Yes. So like I think I would rather play Sonic 4 Episode 2 than Episode 1. Okay, I would rather play Sonic Superstars than 4 Episode 1. I would rather play 4 Episode 2 than Sonic Superstars, I think.
That's fair. That's fair.
Sonic Blast, though, I'm gonna be honest, I don't have much experience with that one. It just seems bad. Would you rather have a refreshing lemonade?
Terrible.
Would you rather have a refreshing lemonade with a grilled cheese? I would actually love a grilled cheese, actually, now that you mention it.
Car battery!
Oh, ow! I would not rather have a car battery.
All right. So here's a hypothetical for you, okay?
Okay.
You're offered $17.6 billion to peel and eat an entire orange, all right? The orange and orange peel are provided for you, all right? And if you're having trouble peeling the orange, you could have someone else do it for you. Also, you don't have to eat it if you aren't hungry. What do you do?
I don't know. It's too hard. You can't just ask me that. I fucking love that. So first of all, I really like that post. What was that in relation to again?
It was just fucking John Boy's doing a bit. John Boy? Whatever the fuck his fucking name is.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Calvin and Hobbes dude.
Oh, that's great. The thing is, I know it from like... where it's like an image, you know those the thing of like, oh, 2 buttons to press, which one are you gonna press? Oh no, you know?
Yeah.
And it was something like, it was like you get $1,000 every day, but you become a girl. And then someone like replied to it with that hypothetical.
I mean, damn, but fuck, okay. Yeah, all right.
Oh no, whatever will I do, you know?
Oh no, what a fucking nightmare.
Wait, what do I do here? Because I have to go up. I was also reminded of something else, but I forgot what it was. Oh well.
That's what we do around here, chat.
Forgetting.
Yeah. That's what we do.
That's what we do. Welcome.
I said it out the other night. I was high with my friend, and I said the funniest fucking thing to him. It was funny because it was just nonsense, but we were talking about something, and then we were like, "Oh, I forgot we were talking about." I said, "Oh, no, an elephant never forgets," but I forgot what the elephant was trying to remember. It was funnier when we were high. I'll say that much.
No, it's funny now because you were high also.
Yeah.
It adds to it. It's just so funny that like in Trip's campaign they have all these like shoehorned moments where it's like you have to use the powers because you have them. We have to justify them being in the game.
Yeah, really.
You don't.
That sucks.
You don't actually. You can just ignore them. I think that'd be better for everyone. If I'm gonna be totally honest.
The
Oh,
only
cool.
the only well worth one is the
meteor one.
The meteor one. Yeah.
Yeah. Talked about that already. Yeah.
Well worth it. Get rid of her. She's shite.
She's shite. Kill
Get rid of her.
Jester.
Kill Jester.
Kill Jester. I saw a version where it's Omni and Kane, and then the color is Jax.
Awesome.
Oh yay!
I think
Oh yay!
I'm about
Wow!
done
Look
with
at
this
that!
render.
I did it.
Yo! Wow.
Will you press the button? You get shapeshifting powers and also $1 billion, but you have to kiss a girl every day. Oh no!
Oh my god! What a fucking nightmare.
Okay, but that wouldn't be a hypothetical, like the
Okay,
kind of shitty hypothetical that you would see, because these shitty hypotheticals are made by like cishet white dudes. So it would be you have to kiss a guy every day, and then you get a gay person, and you're like, oh no, you know?
What if you're non-binary?
Well, then you can still kiss a girl or a guy, right?
I guess. Well, I mean, maybe. Depends on their sexuality at that point.
No, yeah, but I mean, your own disposition doesn't change who you are capable of kissing, physically speaking. You know?
I guess you're right.
Yeah.
I am capable of. Yes.
Where did it come from? Did it come from this side?
I don't know.
Oh no. There's nothing here. I feel like this is probably where we came from.
The mysteries of gender.
It's my new show. Nice. I saved that one myself as well on my soundboard the other day.
Oh, good.
It's cause ow. I was playing Xenoblade. No!
Oh!
It's because I was playing Xenoblade Chronicles X with a friend, and when you finish like a quest with an NPC, they just vanish. They just fade away. So then I got that sound effect so that I could play it every time we finished a quest with an NPC.
Awesome.
Yeah, it was good. It was so funny because like at one point the quest NPC was talking to two other NPCs that like they were just bystanders. We couldn't talk to them at all. But when we finished the quest with that NPC, then those bystanders also vanished into the void. So it's like, oh my god,
What the fuck? That's
she
scary.
just took them with her. What the hell?
That's terrifying.
What is that? Did you see that?
I did not see that. I'm like
hold
half
on.
working on my model.
Hold on, look at
half
this.
working on.
What the hell? Why don't you go faster?
That's oh, it's probably scripted. Let's be honest.
Well, I mean, I'm holding the control stick to make her move.
No, it's. I mean, yes, but it's probably scripted to make you go faster as you walk along
yeah.
the ceiling.
Whoa, did you see that gameplay there with those wall jumps? That was actually like good.
Wow, that was.
So that's one that you can't hit from the side again. What the hell? This game is so full of shit, dude.
It's like the rules change every fucking level.
Okay.
Okay, I think that enemy looks interesting because it looks like a wisp. Did you notice that? Wait, can you not use clones up there?
Well, I could, but I just didn't.
now
I'd
you-
already
now you
used
can.
them.
Now you can.
Yeah, but now I can't. No, fuck you. There we go.
Where?
Walking very slowly.
I did it.
I'll show you the render later when we are not live.
Oh yes, absolutely. Please do.
Yeah. I think I got the pose down right this time, especially with the legs and stuff. Oh, and the fingers. The fingers weren't that bad.
Oh, good.
I had to use
Good to
some
hear that.
perspective trickery, but it worked out.
What is that sound? Oh, it's these
Oh,
things.
it's the bees.
God damn it!
No, not the bees! Ah! Not the bees!
Not the bees. I'm fucking scared. There's like a post of like animals named after the things that they're doing, like woodpeckers, and then someone just said like bee. They exist. Get it? Bee.
Oh, sorry.
They bee. Thank you. Fuck off. Oh, come on!
Awesome.
Wait, I just
They
have to
make you use
backtrack
clones and then you have to use clones again.
Serious? If I'm not fast enough, they just make me backtrack to the whole thing? Put a little alternate route.
Wonderful game design. Only by
Stupid.
Arzest.
How far do I have to go? I just have to
Wait,
go
now
all
you
the
can
way
go
back.
back. Yay!
You're fucking kidding me. That sucks, dude.
It's so
That is
stupid.
so
Please.
useless. Oh my god.
Imagine if like you did that and then it like respawned those blocks there.
That would be the worst. I would quit. I would quit streaming forever, I think.
Yeah, horrible.
I think I'd be justified
Would you
in doing
peel
that.
the orange?
I would peel the orange and eat it. I think. Maybe not eat it.
Yeah,
I
if
really
you're not
like-
hungry, you don't have to.
It's the texture, you know.
Why? What the fuck? Yeah, get the fuck out of here. Okay.
Why? I hate
game is
video
good.
games now,
This
like
game is-
as a concept. This medium was a mistake.
Parents in 1985 be like,
Oh, we did it. Oh, no boss. Okay.
wow, no boss. Wow.
I'm okay with this.
Oh, you could do this forever.
And I intend to. This level you're nice.
Imagine,
Because there's
imagine
no
if this-
boss.
imagine if the signpost landed and it went to Eggman's face, and he's just kind of like, ha, you didn't win. He just kills you.
You didn't win.
He, like,
Sorry.
takes out
It's
a
like,
gun.
what did I do wrong? Nothing. You just
He just
didn't
takes out
win.
guns and shoot you. You're not allowed to win this. Get out of here.
You're not allowed to win this level.
I don't know why they played at the same time.
That's okay.
He cocked it and shot at the same time. I got my lessons from Shadow. Who's that? I don't know.
I know yet.
I don't know. Gerald, what happened? I don't know.
This is so stupid. It's fine.
Come on. Wait, was this level was not in the original? No, it was. This is
It
Knuckles
was.
level.
Yeah, that's it, I think. I'm so
Rhea
tired,
Died? Yeah. If I could, I would take over the controller for you.
Yeah. but sadly, multiplayer in this game is absolute fucking garbage.
Even then, you were just you physically handing me off the controller.
No, I know. I just wanted to point out that the multiplayer is really bad, and that's why we're not playing it.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, yeah.
I love the 64 Goron sound.
Yes.
So good. Alright, this part.
This part.
And then we're gonna get the bullshit with Fang.
Like a big pillar. All right. It's not like you could go fucking super in this part.
I might actually be able to.
Oh wait, shit, you can?
Well, not anymore.
Never mind.
Fuck, whatever. Ow.
Sorry, did I yell too loud?
No. It's I got hit by something. Me, not Fang or Trip. Ow.
Yeah. Stop throwing shit at her. What's wrong with you guys? I will be very upset if you threw more shit at her.
Why did I
Don't
still
do
lose
that.
the rings? I had a shield. Where? Ow.
You're throwing so many things at her. Stop that. Sad and angry.
Zangief.
Oh, Sangi.
No!
Oh my god. Ah!
Whee!
Yippee!
Ow.
Whenever you fucking lose at what's it called?
Bonus stage?
The special stage. If the game just turns around and goes,
You die. You suck at this game.
That was planned, game. You're not allowed to give me that. Game just goes like, you should stop. You're an embarrassment. Oh my gosh. Oh, so scary. Oh, I get this for no reason. Not that one though. Oh, fucking Christ. I was so close, I thought I was gonna get it. I was gonna get 50 rings going into the boss fight, but no. Yeah, that's something I wasn't paying attention. So much. Alright, boss time. I hate the boss music so much right now. It's like, it's not that good, and you hear it way too much. Quick, you have to use your Toho knowledge to help me during this boss fight. Ow.
dodge.
It's too hard.
I have to reset my position again.
Have fun.
There we go.
Is that Fang from Goodbye Volcano? Oh my god, I can't believe they're here. That's so awesome. Can I have a ring? No? Fuck you.
Did you know in Japan
Did
you know in Japan they call the dots in Pac-Man cookies?
Call them what?
They call the dots in Pac-Man cookies in Japan.
Oh, that's cute.
Yeah.
Then this is just like Scott Pilgrim. I'm sorry, that was mean.
The fucking Ian Melvin chat says don't Scott Pilgrim us. Come on.
Oh my god! I'm sorry.
Come on, man.
Hey, If nothing else, I'm glad I'm the Ramona in this situation right now.
Oh God.
No, but that's interesting. That's cute to know.
Yeah, I only found that out when I was watching the Sakurai Presents thing. Well, not Sakurai Presents. It's his YouTube channel, and he was on Game Center CX with Kacho Arino.
Right.
Have you ever seen Game Center CX?
Yes, but like older episodes.
Oh yeah. He calls himself the father of Let's Plays, and I'm like, you know what? You deserve that title. For everything he's fucking done, he deserves that fucking title.
That's allowed. I really like the older episodes that I've seen. I never finished like watching all of it that existed at the time, but fucking Christ. But like I did watch like a lot of it. I thought it was extremely fun. Hey Zoe, did you know that originally they were going to call Fuckman Puckman, but they were afraid people would scratch off part of the P. No, I didn't know that. Is that even true?
What?
That they were originally gonna call him Puckman?
That was, I think that was from the Scott Pilgrim film that they're referencing.
I know.
What do you mean?
I don't know. But I'm just saying, like, because Scott says that, but I'm like, is that even true? I feel like I must have looked it up at some point, but
I think they changed that line in the movie because doesn't he say Sonic the Hedgehog? In
the animated version, he says Sonic the Hedgehog. I think in the original he also says, he also talks about Pac-Man. I don't know for sure though. Okay. Someone's gonna have to fact check that for us.
I didn't read the book.
You should. It's super good, dude.
I watched the film. I watched the animated series. I didn't read the graphic novel.
I recommend it. It's awesome.
Hey Zoe, did you know that?
Yippee! Yippee!
I didn't know that. Like Namco, I'm not afraid to scratch off my pee. That's right, bottom surgery joke. Nice, so topical, I love it.
Why did I read that in Alfred's Eggman voice? Unlike Namco, I'm not afraid to scratch off my pee. That's right, bottom surgery joke.
That is actually extremely something that he would say in terms of like sentence structure. That's right.
That's right, bottom surgery joke. I went there.
Okay, I have to fucking focus.
Man, let's go.
Yo, that's what we need. Maybe then we'll get some fucking good like female Eggman designs. Unlike all the ones that just turn her into like a skinny, hot hourglass figure lady in like her early 30s.
You know, it's funny, Scott is also kind of wrong when he was talking about Sonic the Hedgehog cartoons. There wasn't 2 Sonic cartoons, there were 3.
I know, there were 3, yeah. I've seen fan art that talks about that. That was on me.
You're not allowed to hit him there.
No, I knew that. Or, well, I figured at least. The comic is like, it's about a guy from Ian Jr., you know? And then it's just like, yeah, no, it got canceled after 1 season. They never found their mother.
Yeah, that sucks.
But that show was really bad, though.
Don't Scott Pilgrim takes off us. What do you mean? What are you saying to me? You're saying words at me.
I guess you're just doing the same thing that Scott did.
You're too late, Sonic. I've already trans my gender.
She's transgender. I didn't know that.
Well.
I knew that.
Well, I
I like them and I want them to be my friends, so maybe they'll be friends with me.
That just makes you a beta
That
cuck.
just makes you a
I'm an alpha gamer.
Anyway, where are we dropping, boys?
Where are we dropping, boys?
Oh, that scene's so much. It's so fucking funny.
Really good. It's so fucking funny.
As you can see, I have so many gamer chairs all over the place because I get very tilted at the towers.
Tilted at the towers.
He's trying so, like, they're trying so hard not to fucking just burst out laughing. It's so fucking funny.
That's fucking hilarious. Oh, we'll get that stretchy imposter check next time I die, which will almost certainly happen.
You fucking just, like, lowered yourself onto him and then just jumped and, like,
Yep.
there should be a mod that replaces all, like, the sound that you make whenever you hit something, and it just goes.
That'd be good. Okay, I'm fucking getting it, dude. I'm learning.
What's going on? Somebody's texting me.
Kill him.
Who's this? Oh, okay. Never mind. We're good.
Good. I suppose you won't have to kill them just yet. No! Mean to me. Death. Death penalty.
Sonic, I am Dr. Eggman no more. Now I am Dr. Eggwoman.
Whoa! Whoa! Whoa, that's pretty base.
I'm gonna have to warn you, Sonic. If you try to stop my plans now, I'm gonna call you transphobic on Twitter.com. No, I can't have that happen to me.
No, he's got me beat.
You listen to me. No,
No, it's just I need some time to get used to it. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Eggman, stop! No, no.
You did it again.
Here's all new maps they added, and that's a new paper.
I'm gonna die. 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 This is it. This is it, Chad. This is where I die. I'm so scared. He's forever. I did it,
Oh, you did it!
but I'm still gonna die.
The death estrogen.
Come on! What hit me? I mean, the side of the beam cannon, I guess.
I think
but
it
come
sucks
on.
that you can't use any of your powers during that fight.
It's maybe you can actually. Oh, you can. I just forgot I had them.
Oh my fucking god.
Should
Oh
have
my god,
reminded
you
me
could just do
sooner.
clones on him later. Fuck.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking right now as well.
Now you're getting too confident.
I wasn't getting confident. I was getting silly. Iso has the gaming.
It's gaming.
It counts as gaming. It fulfills the criteria. Oh, I have to.
I didn't mean to make her that. That's funny.
There we go. Stretch imposter check. And we got some eggs.
Oh, that was the wrong sound.
Yeah, why'd you do that?
Car battery!
Elikio, thank you
did
for
that
your
line
egg.
up?
And,
Did that line up?
Hold on. And Crimson Flasher, thank you as well. And Space Junks here. Oh, fitting out. Okay, thank you. Now I don't have to do shit. Didn't hear what you did, I think, so I don't think it lined up.
Oh, because I did this.
Oh. I don't know if it lined up, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Dia. But hey, if people have the points and then they're gonna use it for what they want to use. Vivi Honeybee, cute little name. Thank you very much for your egg as well. Glafco Matt.
Hi.
Hello, thank you for your egg as well.
Die! No! Not into the light! It burns! You will die. You will die.
Oh, come on, dude. Totally should have hit him. Man, it's like this game is not that good or something. So boring that we deplete the main
I think that'd be
the health bar and get
crazy
nothing
if that
for
was
it. Maybe I should make the all redeems a little bit more expensive, or give you guys more things to spend points on. I don't know.
There should be a channel point redemption that says "waste my points," and you click it and you waste your points.
I used to
It does
have one
nothing.
called Rich Bitch, which was 10,000 points, and you got absolutely nothing. Oh no, wait, actually, you got timed out for 10 minutes for being bourgeoisie.
awesome.
Bourgeoisie.
Bourgeois.
Bougie bitch.
Bourgeois.
Bourgeoisie.
Bourgeois.
I went to the store and I
Bourgeoisie.
bought. I went to the store and I no, it wasn't. I wanted to buy a croissant.
Croissant.
So I went to the store and I bought a croissant. And then I went home and I ate the croissant.
Croissant.
That's our dynamic. It's not.
Croissant.
Our dynamic is just two people going
We're-
croissant.
Yeah, we're both just fucking croissant. Croissant.
Croissant. Croissant.
Yeah, fuck that guy.
Fuck off. This is impossible to get between.
Your super move.
Okay, I guess the point is that you
We'll need
wait,
it.
that you try to get a hole in there and then you just wait until that happens and then you... Okay, alright, okay. Kinda agree. It feels like the reason you don't have a give health redemption. Then, yeah, you know, that's fair, actually. The reason why I don't have a health restore redemption, goddammit, is because it just feels kind of like counterintuitive for people then to be able to
Yeah.
like undo the damage that other people have done, you know? But I guess with the like just immediately redeeming an alt after my health depletes, I'm like, okay, it's the same thing. So, but it seems like a shame not to have any way for you guys to change to like ask for a fitting alt for a situation at all.
I hate this game. It's bullshit.
I know it is. I could maybe. Dang it.
Oh my god. Fucking rubble. Morning rubble. Oh.
The moment I was in there, I was like, wait, I can use abilities.
Clones.
Yeah.
Wait! I have abilities!
That's really funny, actually. Funfetti Phantom. Woo! Oh, random alt. Aw, that's very nice.
Hey, Graves.
Hey. You always start with the fitting alt anyway. Only reason for anyone to use it would be to undo damage. Well, the idea behind the fitting alt redeem would be if we get to a point of the game where a different alt would be fitting. For example, I remember when we were playing through American McGee's Alice, someone redeemed a fitting alt while we were underwater so that I would switch to Coral Queen, you know? Like that's the concept behind it. But I guess it doesn't come up as often. Anyway, random alt.
Awesome! Awesome!
Okay.
Let's go. Let's
Spoiler-
fucking go.
Spoiler stars. If you want, I can redo it. If that's what I do.
No,
if
it's
someone
fair.
redeems the random alt and it just lands on the one I'm already using, I ask the person if they would like a retry. Perfect, actually. Okay, all right. Whatever you want.
Great.
And nothing of value was gained.
And nothing of value was lost.
Funfetti Phantom and Geppy Orb, thank you both for the eggs. Geppy's starting the 3rd egg stack. You get a creature on your head. That is Dusty. Dusty is my best friend. He's a rabbit who pilots a mech.
I think they're talking about me.
Can I come?
They're talking to me.
I don't think so. Is that what you think Dusty sounds like?
No, that was me.
Okay, yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
They're talking about
Oh,
me.
Roger, yeah.
Who's Roger? They're talking to me.
That's what I mean. I always forget to put my co-hosts in the stream title. I just realized.
It's okay.
Let me put you in there. I'm sorry, bud.
You know, it's funny. When you do that, if you put the co-host in the stream title and then
Yeah.
you go live, it notifies my followers that I'm live on your channel.
Really, that is very useful.
Yeah, it says a DiaFiend is live on somebody else's channel or something like that.
Hmm. Nice.
Because the other day, I think Jules. Yeah. When you and Jules were live, I think you put
Right,
her name in the
yes.
title, and
I
it
might
said
have
that
been,
Jules
yeah.
was live on your channel.
Nice.
I know it definitely was the case when Piku was doing a co-op stream with her and was it? No, it was Puff Possum.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, let me just go ahead and switch.
Well, you got. I think they want
I
to waste their
switched.
points button.
Perhaps
Congratulations.
so.
Perhaps.
It would be good to have like a. I just noticed that those things are clipping through each other on the inside. It would be good to have like a big community point goal for something, but I wouldn't know what. Go up, go up.
Make it a fix the economy thing.
Okay, so this stuff I can do, I think.
Wow. This is a good game. Did you know
Yeah.
this was a good game? This got a 9 out of 10 on Metacritic.
Did it seriously?
I don't know how much it is now. Let me check.
A 9 out of
Meta-
fucking 10.
Critic, Sonic Superstars.
This deserves a 7 at most.
Let's see how.
And that
Let's
is
see.
very
I think it was
generous.
like the first week was 9. Okay,
That's
yeah, no.
ridiculous.
Metascore is 73. It's 73.
Too much.
User score is 8.8.
Way too fucking much.
Yeah, a little bit.
God damn it.
Oh no, I'm getting Stockholm Syndrome with the music.
Yeah, see, that's what I had too. Like, I started humming along, and I was like, oh god, I have to turn it off. And there are no options here, so we can't.
Fuck!
I wanted to turn off the music and then turn on the twining from Final Fantasy 14, but no.
Hello.
Like this part in particular, it's so goddamn long.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
It's stupid. Like it has no checkpoints or anything, and it's such an unfun boss fight, and it just keeps going forever.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. This fucking boss sucks.
It's just so sad that this made it through development.
It's so bad that they finished this game.
Yeah, it is. You should have scrapped it, honestly, and just released.
Sonic 4 Episode 3.
Yeah, there you go. Succeed where Valve failed.
Succeed or Valve failed?
Oh, come on! Is there a way to turn off the fucking hover noise? No, because we can't access any options here. That would be too nice and good and make sense.
Good game this is.
Not a good game, this is. Bad fucking shitty game. That suck ass. This piece of big bunch of a piece of dookie.
Visitor at door.
Hello.
How can Yoda help you?
Oh. Oh. Other Yoda dead. Just me now.
Have a buffalo.
Have a buffalo shit in my ear. I rather would.
Okay, so this is where things get really, really bullshit. So let's get the clone ability ready. It's so unnecessary too that like if you have an ability selected but not yet used, and then you cool, and then you get hit, it unselects it. Like why? Also, I was not distracted. I'm too busy being mad. Come on! Yes! Oh god!
Oh.
We're past.
Okay,
we're not done yet.
All right, what other abilities do you have? That works. Oh,
well, this also doesn't make me impervious. Dude,
Watch out for the rubble.
I'm trying, dude. I can move very, very slowly.
Fair enough. Understandable. Have a nice day. Yes!
Oh, fucking Christ. Thank God. Oh my God, Fang. I might not even be happy that you're here anymore.
Yes! Oh my God.
Oh, thank fucking Christ. Oh my God.
Imagine if there was a bottomless pit right there.
That'd be so bad! I hate it! Wow!
You are hurting my friend. Are we gonna beat this game tonight?
I fucking hope so. I was kind of hoping we were closer by this point, but also Sam told us that the final boss took him literally 3 streams, so...
I don't want that.
So we'll fucking see, won't we?
Oh man.
I love
Alright,
Shadow
this
Hedgehog
level.
reference of who gives a shit how you got to this cyberspace, you're just here now.
Voxel. Sorry. I said voxel.
Yeah, they're voxel, these are like voxel models.
Hey, Zoe, the arrow means something.
Oh, like go that way, I mean.
Yeah.
Fuck you.
I like how you're trying to push again. It's a push. It's a pull door,
I
Zoe.
wanted to see. I wanted to fucking see if something would happen. Shut up. Shut up.
Sorry.
You're just jealous of my curious nature. Fuck you.
I like how you put it that way. When you put it that way. Oh, ooh. Well, let's take a look. Oh! Okay.
Cute.
She looks so cute.
She does.
Oh, she's so cute.
Look at her little tail. Oh no! Kid. Music fun also.
Not composed by Jun Sonoe.
I haven't seen the Sonic Superstars. Who is this? The character? This is Trip. She's the new character, the new girl on the block. They finally have a second classic girl character in for Sonic. I mean, they had Honey
Everybody
the cat,
forgot
but
Honey the cat.
yeah, including Sega. But she's just like a Sonicification of like a Fighting Vipers character, so she doesn't not count, but you know.
Squid!
Squid! You're a squid now. You're a sun gazer now.
I love how fucking useless that attack is.
Yeah. This is very squid. This is very awkward to control also, because you expect, okay, you can kind of see it when I do this. You expect that the pivot point of the character would be on the head, but it's at the base of the, like at the end of the tentacles. It's very confusing.
Yeah.
It's not good to use. Oh, even the pixel icons there, that's cute.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's nice. Egg! Holy shit!
Need that egg.
Needed. Queen Grimlock, thank you very much for your egg. Also, at one point I did an egg too many somehow. Whatever. Oh my god, I feel so transmitted.
I'm really feeling the effect.
Shoots you with a beam that immediately takes effect.
Oh my god, I can feel the effect.
Whee! Mouse! Oh.
It's this part.
Was it this one?
Left. Oh fuck. Yeah, it's the second one. I remember because this level is fucking bullshit.
Yeah, we were here for a while.
You going up? There we go. Yeah.
Hooray, that was so much less bad because I remembered which way to go because we've been here for so long. So glad Akko is here? Yeah! That was actually like, it looked like Akko now that you mention it. Same color and stuff.
Oh wait, is that a clone thing?
Yes. Whoa, whoa!
Ooh.
They did the voxel stuff. No!
Where does this go?
Who care?
I don't care.
Okay. Is it supposed to happen?
Cool.
Am I doing a good job right now?
It just takes you right back out. Why would they do that?
Okay.
Why? Whose fucking bright idea was that?
Whatever.
I hate Sega. I think Sega should go out of business forever.
Yeah, great. Oh, come on.
Watch out! Watch out!
I was trying, dude! It wouldn't let me jump!
Fuck!
Are you fucking serious? I was holding right, I was pressing A.
This game is good.
Oh my fucking god. Jesus Christ, this shit sucks.
It's such bullshit. Are you fucking kidding me? Now we're going the right way.
Well, yeah, now, yeah.
It's horseshit.
It's really bad. It's like...
Oh, you're back to voxel.
Yep. You know, it's like I feel like I'm getting accommodated to the level of bullshit that this game is. And then it goes like...
And yet...
You know nothing!
You know?
You fool! I have 70 other fucking bullshits!
Yeah, exactly.
Squid!
You know nothing, fool! It's chaos, the god of bullshit!
The god of bullshit! I hate you!
Sonic, Eggman, what's going on?
Hey, do you need to talk about it?
No, I don't want to.
I don't need therapy!
You need therapy. Shut up.
Making machines is more fun than therapy! Cool! That
Awesome,
instantly
thank
kills
you so much.
This game's that bad? Yes.
Yes, it is.
Yes.
Yes. This game makes me really sad. For Sonic.
I don't like it.
I'm not a fan. Come on, dude.
God, you could see them when I tilted my head back. You could see when my head hit my fucking chair.
Can I like go slower? Sometimes during these kinds of things you can like slow down. Come the fuck on, dude! I can't see that coming at all! This is such garbage! Oh my god! How did they fuck it up so bad? I'm so sorry.
You keep falling for the same trick.
Because I'm like,
It's
why
like a
wouldn't
trick.
I'm like, ooh, speed boost. I'll just avoid all the
No, I
speed
get
boosts,
it.
I guess.
It's not like you're running out of time.
No, that's true. No, I don't want that. What if I just stay down all the time? Nope.
Then you naturally just get faster. Okay.
What if I stay up the whole time? Yeah, why do the rings lead you into it? That's so annoying and dumb.
I don't fucking know.
This game is like rude and stuff. No. I feel like during the
It's
first
hard because
playthrough. Sorry, go on.
No, I was saying the blocks make you not trust them because it's like, oh, you don't know if it's a block or if it's another fucking, obstacle that's gonna fucking kill you in a hit.
It seems like I could
What you were
actually like
saying?
want to hit the exploding blocks because they slow you down. You like don't want to get speed.
Oh, it's this boss.
Which one is this? Whatever. I don't remember what I was gonna say. Oh my god, yes, it's Metal Amy. No, I can't believe her girlfriend's trying to kill her now. That's fucked up.
It's okay, that's not her real one.
That's true, but does she know that? Does she understand?
I hope so. I sure hope she does.
It's the bad boss. Which one? Although,
Which one?
no,
Yeah,
like,
really.
it's coming back to me now. Yeah, this boss was fucking stupid as well in the original playthrough.
Yuri alert.
Yuri alert. Yay! I got a hit.
There we go, there's one hit. Watch, it's gonna take like 12 hits to kill.
2. 3.
That's 3.
Okay, phase 2.
Okay. Ouch! Ouch! No! Okay,
what
here
do
she
we-
comes, you gotta jump on her when she gets close.
Okay, there we go. 4.
That's 4. Oh, watch out.
It's okay. Oh.
Okay, just keep it. Keep at it. That's
Okay,
5.
5. Going well so far.
So far, so good. Bullshit.
Nah, I did jump earlier than before, but she doesn't look like you should be able to hit her at that point at all, which is the bad thing. You have to hit her when, you know, you've been told before if the enemy is like surrounded by fire and shit, you shouldn't be hitting them. Again, this game just loves breaking its own rules.
Okay, that's 6.
Okay, alright, so...
6
but that's
hits
not it
now.
yet.
We're gonna get to phase 3 in a second.
Uh-huh. Or do we?
If I remember, you didn't
Oh, yeah, there it
you didn't
comes.
have that much of a problem with phase 3.
No. But you also have to remember that Amy's jumps have, like, armor.
True.
Remember it?
Yeah, okay, that's 1 hit. So that's 7. Whoa.
We love invisibility frames that aren't properly conveyed to the player.
Okay, it's
Okay.
8. It's 9. I swear to God, if I called 12 hits. I like how... Oh, it's 10.
10.
I like how this game is giving you points for a score that doesn't exist. 11.
Ugh.
11 hits. Close
That's
enough.
very close. Also, I just jumped through it and, like, I would have fallen to my death if it hadn't become hittable soon enough. Like, previous bosses at least, like, you wouldn't jump through them, you just bounce off of them. This would just go through? Okay. Ugh. Anyway, wow, first try. I am shocked, actually. But, you know, I'm also pleasantly surprised. We take those.
Oh boy, it's White Park.
There's just... Why are we here now? We talked about that before.
Just because.
That, like, there's
because.
absolutely no... There's barely any correlation between most of the stages, you know?
I like how we both stared at that, like, thinking, oh my god, we're just gonna die like this, huh?
Oh, that's close. How much game is there? I thought that was gonna be close to final level. I thought we'd had the final level ages ago. I thought the golden one was last level.
I guess we just have to do this for one more stream.
Oh my god! And then we have the boss that took Sam 3 literal streams.
Awesome.
Oh, that was weird. Okay. That's cute. We're looking around.
Yeah, that's the mechanic from Sonic
Mania, I
CD?
think. No, isn't it from Mania?
That too.
Oh, is it not
Oh no,
from Mania?
that's
originally?
I think that's from CD. Yeah, Sonic CD.
Okay. I must admit, CD is one of the ones I have played less.
Understandable.
Can someone, like... Can you look up how many levels the base game has? Like the main
11.
story? And this is...
11.
Is this 11?
I don't remember.
Oh, you're just
No.
making shit up?
No, I know for a fact that it has only 11 levels because the final whatever is it's level 11.
Oh, okay. Is there a delay?
What?
There's a delay. I'm gonna say hello and you're gonna say hello back, okay?
Okay.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, that's a delay. Cool.
Wow, that sucks.
Thanks, Discord.
Here, let me try something.
Because we definitely need
How about
more
now?
shit to deal with. I know, hello.
Do we sound better?
Hello.
Hello.
Nope, still a delay.
What the? Hang on. I changed the server to Rotterdam.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. Let's try
Fuck,
again.
dude.
Hello.
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 Yeah, nope, still. Try restarting your Discord entirely, I guess.
I will try.
I hate this. Hi. Hello, hello. Okay. Hi.
Okay, how about now?
Hello.
Hello.
Nope. This is fucking annoying.
Yeah, it kind of is.
Ugh. Fuck are you? Whoa, a big guy. Hello. Did you see the big guy, Dia?
I did see the big guy.
Whoa, wait, is this new?
Huh?
Is this new?
Wait a minute. I don't remember that.
Do we even remember this entire level? Because we just ran by like the big Eggman contraption, which I remember
Kinda
not
right,
having.
actually.
Which like I don't remember seeing at all. I remember like at some point that was revealed, like it like showed us a shot, a cutscene of that thing rising from the snow, and we were like, we haven't seen this before. Why haven't you like teased this to us? But we saw it in this level, so now I'm wondering, is this just like a new level?
No, we've been in White Park before.
You sure?
Or whatever the fuck this is. I call it White Park because it looks like White Park from Sonic 4. Frozen Maze Zone.
Okay. Not a very cool name, I gotta be honest.
Oh wait, this is a Tails level.
Is it?
Yeah, remember Crazy? He looked all scared and shit.
No. I don't.
I remember.
That's probably on me. But this boss, I definitely don't remember.
Yeah, I think this is a new boss for this level because you know it's Tails didn't have a boss for his level.
Damn. What do you know? New content.
Wow.
New content for Trip, like 5 or 6 hours into our campaign.
Awesome.
I'm so proud of
I
her.
also noticed that we didn't go to well, we did do Golden Sanctuary Act 3, but we didn't see like the treasure room that Knuckles was in, you know?
Oh yeah, which is weird because that's. I feel like there should be lore there that Trip would close in on. Like that's the thing. This is hinting at lore of like her being from like this ancient society or whatever. But no, they're not really talking about that.
I guess not.
I guess not. Help! I'm scared. Oh, okay. I didn't know
Awesome.
this we're gonna have such big hitboxes. It does kind of look like Skarmory. I think so. He's checked out at this point. I mean, I am sort of starting to be like, this might as well happen about everything, you know?
We are feeling the fatigue.
Yeah. One thing I always really enjoyed about classic Sonic games is how they just tested your patience so fucking much. And they just kept going forever and ever.
I don't think Sonic 3 and Knuckles was this bad.
Definitely not.
Oh, cool.
I'm sorry, everyone. I don't mean to be a downer, but I would love to see the end of this game together.
Honestly, the bird mech reminds me more of Ridley.
I feel like it reminds me of something else, but I can't really think about what it is. So we would rather check out the new translations on Dynasty scans. Ooh, I wonder if the guy she liked wasn't a guy at all has been updated. That's my favorite. It's got such fucking fantastic art. It's the one where everything is green, you know that guy's that, y'all know that one?
No.
Oh, I'll have to send it to you. It's really, really good.
Okay.
The anemone is in heat? What's that one?
She feels nothing. Not anymore.
At this point, I really do just kind of want, like, Sonic Team to just die, and then the only new Sonic games we get are by fans, you know?
Yeah.
Can't wait to play PO6 when it's done. God damn it, god damn it, god damn it, god damn it.
Only Sonic fans can make a shitty game good.
Yep. Whatever. Now I wasted my twinsies power. Unless... yeah.
No, you wasted it.
There we go.
Oh, come on. Oh, come on!
Oh my god. Why'd they make it suck so bad? Why'd they consciously make it suck bad?
I really wonder what the morale was when they were making this game.
Like, did they have fun? Were they worked to the fucking bone? And they were, you know...
knows?
Maybe they made it bad on purpose.
All we know is that they worked really hard on these bosses.
They did, and they want you to know it. I don't understand. Why did they make them so long? They didn't have to.
Cause they worked so hard on them, Zoe.
Okay.
Watch out. Oh. I was gonna say, oh my god, if it's not gonna fucking let you.
I know,
hit it.
like if it's gonna go away before I can hit it.
Oh.
I'm okay, we're okay. Please die, please fucking die, please fucking die. I swear to god, I need you to die. So bad. You're not dead yet. Okay, now we're getting this shit.
What is this?
Oh my god.
Fuck this game! Jeez.
No!
Why?
Oh my god.
And when my food is here, I'll be right back.
Okay. considering if it's worth it. I mean, yeah, we should definitely like call it a day soon, but I'm wondering if we should even bother continuing, you know? Because we're still not fucking there, and it's taken us so long already, and apparently the final boss is the hardest thing in fucking existence. It's just like not fun at all, you know? I think we might just call it quits. We'll just look up the rest on YouTube after the stream. Cause like, oh. Cause like, you know, it's not uncommon to encounter something on stream that's not that fun. Like even the, you know, Sonic Frontiers, of course, had a lot of issues. But Sonic Frontiers was still fun sometimes and not as bad. Like, yeah, the boss rush against all the big bosses was really hard, but those bosses on themselves worked pretty well, and I was like having fun. It felt satisfying to do that stuff, you know? To like get the dodges against the bosses and stuff. There was still fun to be had there. There was nothing fun about this. It just sucks. And is painful. You keep expecting to see the silver lining, but it's nothing but gray clouds. That's a good way of putting it. Yeah. This isn't that good. I think we should stop. We'll wait for Dia to come back and discuss it with them, but... Hello, what's up?
My donut order came in.
Nice, what did you get?
I got the mirror plush.
Yay! Nice.
Alright, let me come back.
Please.
Hey.
Alright. Dia, I've been thinking. I know you heard. Yeah, we should fucking stop. Like, not just for today, we're just not finishing it.
We could just watch the ending on YouTube.
Yes, this is bad and just not fun at all. You know, and it's like, and I keep thinking like, once we're past this part, you know, but then we just get a different part that is either as bad, worse, or at best not as bad but still really bad and not fun, you know. So
we call that bullshit.
We call that fucking bullshit. We call that what did he say? Bunch of diarrhea, bullshit. Dookie, whatever the hell. Worst Sonic game since Frontiers? Potentially, yes. I mean, yes. It's, yeah, it's painful. It sucks. Don't buy this. Also, don't pirate it. It's not worth it. Trip is good. Some of the music is nice. That's it. That's all there is to it, I think.
Please pirate the software.
Don't pirate this.
On Minecraft.
Don't pirate this on Minecraft because it's not worth it. People who tell you it's good are shills. Honestly, yes. I think people who tell you this is good are just ow. Are just like not willing to criticize Sonic because they're afraid of the backlash or like losing their good standing with Sega or something, you know? Because it's garbage. It's painful. This should not have been released.
You're stupid! Wow!
They are stupid. So we're gonna quit. And end the stream for today. Wow, large. No! I don't remember that guy. That guy was definitely not in the base game though, right?
I don't remember.
I don't think so.
Now you can be like Bowser. Come on, minions, let's watch the ending together.
Like, yeah, I guess we're just gonna look up the ending. Shut up. There we go. I've received a Tumblr ask. How exciting. I wonder if it's hate mail because somebody really likes this game. Sonic Superstars. Hold on, I got a Game Grumps animation in my recommended. Gotta get rid of that. No. Final boss and ending. Alright. Okay, we'll look up, hold on a second. Trip story. We're gonna see everything that we missed. Trip story is its own whole
Discord
thing.
fucking
Yeah.
crashed for me.
Oh my god.
I know, but I'm okay now.
Amazing. Trip and Fang's story? Does Fang also have a story? This. Please no. Please tell me
No.
that's not the case. That would be terrifying.
I think the story is shared.
Okay, I hope so. Metal Sonic sticker, there we go. Woo! Alright, let me just do this. Pop. And share with you.
Yay.
Please tell me that's not the case. Okay. So let's see. Cyber World, shut up. Snow. Is that Amy?
That's the Snow Fortress.
Did I see Amy? Or was it the clone ability? Oh, it's clone ability. Why'd you use that? Did that have any use? Whatever. Wow, Dragon! Can you look sad again? It's cute. Why do you think it's cute when I'm sad? You want me to be sad? You want me to keep playing more Sonic Superstars? Why? Anyway. Yo, through Act 2, it's amazing. Oh yeah, and then you got the little,
Oh, that's the Twin Beast.
yeah, the fancy zone thing. Very cute. So cute, it's so fun. Probably the best part of the game, I'm gonna be honest. Yeah, it's a boss fight. This is gonna remake Twinbee, yeah, dude. Whoa, I love popping Twinbee. It's wrong. I bought Sonic Frontiers on Switch. I don't care about graphics or frame rate. Good. You shouldn't care about graphics, graphical fidelity. You should only care about style, presentation. Wow, this boss fight, it was pretty boring.
That was yummy meal.
That's good. I'm happy. Fucking, hold on. Oh, there we go. Oh, whoops. Oh no, they're fighting
Oh, yeah,
the big robot from the thing. Spoilers.
Yeah.
Oh well, I don't
that's
really
different.
care that much, I'm gonna be honest. What were you saying?
Yeah, that's different.
Yeah, that's different. Blah blah blah. Okay, here we go. Oh yeah, the time reversal thing, that was pretty cool. Hi, Fang!
You know, funny enough, it doesn't do this when you stream anime with me and Jody.
Do what?
The low bitrate thing.
Oh, huh. It's probably because I'm
It
also
never does
streaming.
that. Oh, that's probably it.
I think everyone should be tried at The Hague. Why give him a trial, you know? Why give him false hope? Well, Space Junk, I hope you enjoyed Frontiers. This boss is the worst thing in the whole game, by the way. This is... It's gonna be really, really bad then. Because everything in the game is the worst game in the game. Worst thing in the game. I had to do the infinite super mode glitch, but there's an infinite super mode glitch? Maybe we should just be using like cheat engine and get through the game that way. Just constant
Can't.
super mode. Can't? Oh, right, I forgot. Sam did say it took 3 streams and 8 hours to beat his boss. I thought that was the final boss, not this one. Because there's like another boss after this.
This is the final boss. The robot is just phase 2.
Maybe Sam meant this one though, I don't know. This doesn't look that bad so far. No more Yuri? No, Freezing Kaiju, that's so sad. Go read Kaze-san if you don't know that one yet. Also, Whisper Me a Love Song is good.
This place is great.
Those pink things are insta-kills. Okay, well... That's not great. Still, they don't look that hard to avoid, per se. But, you know, it's always worse if you're playing it. Music's pretty fun, at least. Skip, skip, skip. Wow, you did it! Great job, whoever you are. And now they actually have the payoff to that giant robot that we saw on that other level. Which is actually fun. Because in the Sonic story, the main story mode, that one was destroyed. So is this the thing that Sam got stuck on so long, or is it the true final boss? I don't know. Okay.
That looks a little bullshit. Oh yeah,
A little
those things, if
bullshit.
they hit you, that's an instant kill, I think.
Oh, cool.
Those things he fires at you, the giant quirks.
That's gonna kill the fire giant corpse though, but that's fucking stupid. I don't think bosses should have insta-kill moves. It is very Rocket Knight, yes. I like that. So far, this really doesn't look that bad. It's good. It seems like as long as you just keep moving, most of the attacks probably aren't gonna hit you.
This doesn't look like a very ADHD friendly boss. I'm just gonna say that.
No. It does have a lot of stuff going on, and your character is quite small on screen. That would definitely fuck me up if I was playing this. Luckily, I'm
Wow,
not.
if only the rest of the game was this zoomed out.
Maybe not this zoomed out. That might be a little bit much. but definitely more than it usually is. Because I do find myself losing my character if it's so small on screen. Takes a while though, huh?
No wonder this took Sam 3 streams.
If it wasn't the true final boss. Because this isn't the true final boss, this is just Trip's final boss.
Oh.
Yeah, no, like, if you do get hit by any of the insta-kill moves, that's of course gonna be fucking bullshit. But like even if you're not dying, like now, this is taking so long.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, different phase.
New phase.
Or not, just a different effect, whatever.
You've made
Blah,
him
blah,
angry.
blah, 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 blah. Oh my god!
No way, he's dying.
Yay! Aw, dang, he escaped. Oh, maybe he'll still die. Yay! Oh, ha 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 ha. He's
It's like
dead
Smash
now.
Brower.
It is like
Wow.
Wow.
Huh? Wait, why are Sonic and Tails there already? So,
I don't know.
huh? I thought this took
I have
place
no idea.
before.
No, I think no, it's after.
Okay. So then
That was
it
the
is
true
what
final
I.
boss. Yippee!
So then it is what I thought it was. Okay. Cool. I love that it was clear what happened. Sonic is dead. We live in a broken world where there is no reprieve from the pain. We hold each other's hands and walk into hell. And can you fucking stop? Thank you. We live in a broken world where there's no reprieve from the pain. We hold each other's hand and walk into hell, and that hell is named Sonic Superstars. Sit with me now, sisters, and witness the death of humanity at the hands of those who made Balan Wonderworld. Truly a terrible end we find ourselves in. Anyway, now for the true final boss. Wow, which I assume just starts like this. Oh no, it's a dragon.
That's a
okay.
fucking dragon.
What is happening? Did we miss something? Whatever.
You really did it now, Eggman.
Okay, hold on. Hold on. Final story. Let's get final story. See if there's any other stuff that we might have missed out on. Secret final boss explained. That's
Final
great.
boss explained.
Okay.
Oh, there we go. Last story.
Last story. Nope, that's just okay. All right, whatever. That sucks. That's just how it starts. Just a big dragon appears for no reason. No apparent reason anyway, and Sonic is just in super... Oh,
wait, here
wait,
we
no,
go.
there is more now. What?
Metal,
Oh, Metal
Trip.
Trip, that's cute. Why?
In the background.
Yeah, this might as well happen today. That's what it is, yeah. I mean, I assume it's some shit like Eggman fucked up and released a
Oh!
dragon, or he did it on purpose or
It was that
something.
rock.
Yeah,
It
it
was
said
that rock.
egg, yeah. It's just, this is so sudden. Well, let's see if it's worth it. So I assume this is the thing that took Sam 3 literal streams.
That's probably it.
so stupid. I have to assume that they wanted to... The cells just like pop into existence.
No, he flew.
Yeah. Yeah, he just pops into existence. Look. See?
Oh my god.
Yeah. Also very loud. I have to assume that they wanted to tell more of a story with this. And that for some reason they couldn't. This is dumb. I'm sorry, this is so dumb. It's just, oh, we need... You know what this feels like? This feels like Cool X in Super Mario RPG. Like, ooh,
Yeah,
let's have a cool, wild, secret boss that doesn't fit the aesthetic of our game at all. Is what this
That
feels
was the
like.
point, actually.
Yeah, that was the point of Cool X, but not the point of this, I assume. The point of Cool X was, what if we make a Final Fantasy type boss as a secret boss in here, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But then this is just the actual final boss. And why?
It's Bowser.
Bowser. It's very Persona series style. There is a god now. No. I mean, I get what you're coming at, but in Persona it feels less jarring than this.
Wait, I just noticed the time on this fucking video.
Yeah, it's 20 minutes. All for the final boss.
Fuck?
So that means that presumably this person doesn't die. This is just a perfect run. And it still takes 20 fucking minutes! Huh?
Cool.
Okay, how long does it take? Okay,
Oh, there's multiple phases.
yeah. At some point, things get purple. The sky gets purple.
It's like it's like they told Arzus, make the best classic Sonic game ever, forever.
Forever.
And then Arzus like, yes sir, and then they didn't.
And then they did not. They super didn't. Whoa.
Kamehameha.
He's going Kaioken.
Oh, now I'm understanding that image with Eggman.
Oh, yeah. Whoa, Knuckles, hi. Why would they make this last 20 minutes? Oh, let's see the big beam. That's kind of cool. Yes, you're watching this!
Run it, shit lips!
Yes, you rottenness. Yes, you ridiculousness. Rotten shit lips.
I forget what we're on at shit lips. It's so good. Whoa. Supersonic did it. He defeated the final boss. It's over.
He's beating up Barney the dinosaur.
I'm so glad that's... Wait, is that the end of
That's
it?
it?
Then what? Oh, wait, maybe it's just like the credits and stuff. Oh, shut up.
No!
No, not into the pit. It burns.
Yay! Yay!
Dare bring light into my lair?
You must die.
No! The chains! You haven't seen the last of me!
And Fang died forever. Okay, that's... I'm so glad that we did not go through the trouble of doing all of that.
Well, that was a load of shit.
What a goddamn waste of our time. Our rewards. Okay, so if we were to beat Trip's story, it would have been terrible. But that final boss didn't look that hard per se, like Trip's final boss that was, didn't look that hard per se, and kind of cool. Looks like it might have been fun, except, you know, the permadeath, insta-death stuff, probably not. But then the final story, the last story, comes out of nowhere, is a complete fucking pain in the ass, and the conclusion is, yay. Jesus Christ.
It's bad.
Awful. That is such a waste of time. I am so glad we didn't waste our time on that. Oh my god. I'm so happy that we did not go through with this. That is such a fucking load of my mind, dude. What a relief. That is the happiest I've been the entire stream, I think. Was Eggman even here? No. The dragon just kind of showed up for no reason. What a shit show.
It really is a shit show.
Oh my god. I'm so glad we didn't go through with that.
That's cringe.
Oh my god. They had that issue. They had that issue where when they load into level, it pauses for no reason. Do you see that?
Yeah, I saw
We
that.
had that a bunch of times.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god. Well, we did it, everybody. We are done with Sonic Superstars. I am. I'm glad it's over. I had fun with
Me too.
everybody. The only bit of story in the last story is the dragon showing up and Trip helping sealing it in a black gem. Yeah, like, I mean, the story is like, oh yeah, she is the guardian of this gem that contains this evil fucking dragon. Sure, you know? Like, alright, okay, that's a bit of story, but the fucking the torture that you have to go through to get there, she's just girl Knuckles. She climbs on walls. She's a guardian on an island where she's like the last remnant of an ancient society. She's just girl Knuckles, but like better because she's a girl and I like her design more. But the torture you have to go through for all that is so not worth it for that little thing that she's the guardian that is like honestly barely acknowledged and not built up to that well. It's bad. What a
really is.
sack of shit. Anyway, so that's over now. So we can look to a brighter future. Which is not going to be another Sonic game for a little bit, I'm going to tell you guys. Not because I'm burnt out on Sonic or anything, it's just because I have specific things lined up that I really fucking want to get to. So I'm going to do that first. You know? We've got another book to read, we've got another Lego set to build, and we've got one of several video games that I want to stream. We'll find out which ones. You guys are gonna vote for it, actually. So that'll be fun. What were they thinking?
What were they thinking?
What were they thinking, chat? Leave your answers below. Also, I think we're gonna do... What a shitload of fuck! What were they thinking? I'd rather get punched in the eye by Gauntlet Clean than play this sack of shit. That's a good one. Let's see. She-Burger and Headphone Network, thank you for the eggs. Oh, okay. So we're done with this. I'm so fucking happy. Thank you guys so much if you like stuck with us through this torture. I really appreciate that because I don't know, like there's always like the fear that people are like, oh, the game's not fun, so I'm just not gonna watch now. So I'm very happy that you guys, you know, that all of y'all who are here now decided to stick around and support us because imagine how much worse it would have been if there was nobody to, you know, have fun with. These people should be banned from game development as a concept. It's still unclear how this happened, you know? It's like... It's unclear whether or not this is purely the game developer's fault or if it is the, you know, executives and Sega and stuff. But it's definitely partially the game developer's fault. You know, like
They made the shitty game.
even the most well-meaning team of developers that are just held back by executives and stuff would still make a better game than this. They would still not make so many fucking abysmal choices, you know?
Well, they wouldn't. Nope.
It's they would still be better. Ow. Which game should I avoid? Sonic Superstars. This game that you're playing, that we played today, avoid it like the plague. It's not good. Did you do? So please don't punch me in the eye. Probably not. Maybe. Who knows?
I punched her in the eye. I punched her in the eye.
Okay, well, then I don't have to do that anymore. But yes, thank you guys so much for coming. Dia, would you like to do a little plug real quick?
My name is Dia. I'm streaming in about 2 hours. I'm playing Super Mario RPG, the new one.
Hell yeah.
And that's going to be fun. So if you want to come see more of me, tune in my stream in about 2 hours, and I will be funny. It'll be great.
You absolutely should. Dia is wonderful. They are so nice and fun.
Thank you. And then the next time I'll be on the stream, I believe, well, me and Zoe were talking about it. B3313 just got the final update, so.
Yes.
So the next time I'm going to be on this channel, we'll be going through that again.
We've streamed that before when it was unfinished, and it was so much fun. It was so
really
goddamn good. So I'm very excited to do the full one now.
I play a little bit more. They added so much, and you're not going to believe it.
Nice. I'm so excited. As for me, I will be streaming again next week. Exclamation point links in chat, and you get a link to my website. There's all my stuff on there. You can figure it out. Discord is obviously the best place to stay up to date with what I'm going to do, because you got a little ad here. You don't have to worry about joining the whole community, though, because I know that can be a lot for some people, because if you just join a Discord, all you have is a stream announcements channel and a channel explaining how to get into the full server if you want to, but there is no pressure whatsoever if you only want the announcements. That's totally okay. I'm not sure what my next stream is going to be yet. I was looking to do... I think I'm going to have a collab next week. Lethal Company, I believe, is going to be next week. We're still figuring it out with all the people in the collab. But that's going to be very fun. I also want to build the Tranquil Garden with Lego. And I might also do a Yuri horror manga. Or not a manga, a light novel. So that'll be fun. Like a book that you read, you know? So keep an eye out on my new schedule. That's gonna be fun. You can rest easy tonight, knowing I will not be streaming Sonic Superstars again. Thank God. Thank fucking God. What a pain in the ass. This sucked, dude. It was so bad. Oh really my bad, God. Yeah. Anyway. But yeah, I hope you guys really enjoyed today, despite its best efforts, it being the game, obviously. Now we are going to find someone that...
Damn, can't believe you fucking did that to her.
We are going to raid someone, and that someone is... Ellie! Ellie's streaming! Yay! Ellie Spectacular is so nice and so funny and makes fantastic YouTube poops, and is also just so fucking cool, dude. And she is streaming Paper Mario, the first one, the original. Why the fuck did they not have? Why the fuck did they not have Dragon Trip and Evil Dragon Duke It Out? How did they miss that opportunity? Probably because it was too hard to do. You know, they couldn't do it with the time constraints or something, probably. Or they were just too...
Sonic Superstars.
Yes.
Sonic has to do it.
Yeah, what do you think this is? Sonic Unleashed, where they do have a thing like that and it's fucking awesome in concept? No. They might have just not be able to think of it because they're fucking idiots. Anyway. So Ellie's playing Paper Mario. Ellie is wonderful and fun. Have it in the background when he's in the background for years. Yeah, dude. That's what they should have done. Do the fucking do Splatoon. Anyway, so we're gonna raid. The raid message will be
This game is a piece of chocolate. I would
This-
rather watch this game than not play it.
This game is a piece of chocolate. I'd rather watch this game than play Sonic
other one.
Superstars.
To play Sonic Superstars, I know exactly what they were thinking.
I know exactly what they were thinking when developing
I know exactly what you're
this
thinking.
game. Unlike when they were developing Sonic Superstars. It's a bit of a long range message, but I think it tracks.
I think that's a good one. I think
Yeah.
that's a good one.
Good. All right, so spectacular. Okay, so yes, thank you guys so much for coming. I really appreciate you guys sticking, like genuinely, like I really appreciate you guys sticking with us through these harder times.
Yeah.
Like seriously, that is so fucking nice of you guys. And have a wonderful rest of your day over at Ellie's, or not at Ellie's if you're not sticking around for the raid. If you are, but you're not brought along automatically, just stay in chat, and I'll post a link, and then you can come as well. Goodbye, everyone. Bye bye.
So he's gonna go explode now.
Yes, I am. I am braver than any U.S. Marine. That is true. Okay. Bye. Bye.
Bye. Bye.